Ladies and gentlemen, what it is, and what it will be. Guys, it is Talk That Talk Tuesday. You know how we're going to do it. We're going to get into these things quicker now. We're not going to waste any time. However, if you're coming in right now, hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that join button, become a part of the family. Hit that Cash App, right? Because that helps with the channel as well, guys. Put a little money in your pocket. Let your boy know he's appreciated for these 10 shows that we do on this show, on this network every week. All right. Also, if you want to send a super chat, you can definitely do that as well. Thank you so much for being here. Tonight is going to be a hell of a conversation. Parabon, Soul Ties, The Wall, the silent killer we don't talk about. This is going to be a great show, guys. I want to encourage all of you today. I hope all of you had a great day. I hope all of you had a really good day. All your kids, your family's doing fine. Your spouses are doing fine. You still have your job, your health, because so many other people did not make it. So many other people did not get the opportunity to enjoy the things that we have enjoyed today. So let's just remain grateful, guys. To all the content creators, keep pushing. Shout out to my brother DL Saint. DL Saint today, he'll be here in a few seconds. I'll bring everybody up, but DL Saint got monetized today. And got his first got his first money today. Got his first but I think it was he made $1 million today or something like that, I want to say. So that's my boy, my brother DL Saint, man. We're all here for you, man. We love you. We're all pulling for you, man, to continue to make great content. So guys, when next time you're over there, make sure you send this man a super chat. He worked hard for that super chat. To get that super chat there, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes creativity. It takes forever and ever coming up with these things. And just think about it, guys. We do this every week. I have 9 shows on this network. I come up with stuff every week. I have to have 9 ideas, 8 ideas, 6. All right. We have to collaborate. We have to come up with things. So, guys, show your appreciation for those who are out here pounding it every week to bring you entertainment. All right, so I want to go ahead and start by bringing in everybody here that's here. Everybody else will be here later, but we're going to bring them in as they come in. The first one I want to bring up tonight, man, is the balance to every conversation. I want you to give it up, man. I really admire this man. He's a family man, a God-fearing man. He's a husband. He's a father, and he's a provider. He's everything that you want to be in life. And so I want you guys to give it up for Mr. Bennett. He's in the building tonight. All right. Then, so I'm a little jealous because everybody I'm bringing up don't have hair. So, yeah. So we got DL Saint in the building tonight. Now, guys, I want y'all to put y'all hands together for DL Saint being monetized today, man. Let's give it up for him right now. My God, man. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being here. Now, I got to get my boy in here all the way from D-Talk. Give it up for D-Talk. It's so cold in the D. JT is in the building tonight.
How the hell we supposed to break free?
Yeah, boy. All right. And then, man, come on, man. Y'all already know what it is. My boy in the building tonight, guys. It's getting cold in here. It's getting cold in here. I know y'all feel it. Get your blankets ready. Because guess who in this building tonight? He's gonna captivate you. But there's no captivity with my boy Freezy is in the building tonight. Yeah, what's going on, my guy? What's going on? What's going on?
I'm here, man. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to be in you guys' presence. Mr. Bennett, DL Saint, JT, Black Man, what's going on?
Man, everything is sunshine, partly cloudy over here, brother. Hey, listen, I want to get everybody else's temperature in the room tonight, man. Mr. Bennett, how's the wife? How's the family? How's work, man? How's life, brother?
Family's spectacular. The girls are doing their thing, matriculating through, and the wife is just a model of consistency. I couldn't ask for a better one, and I'm just a blessed man.
Absolutely, man. DL Saint, man, the new monetized content creator is in the building tonight. DL Saint. All right, got his super chat. First super chat today, man. How are you doing, brother? How does it feel to get that in, man?
It feels amazing. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate that, man. Now I get it. I've seen people talk about getting monetized, and I've seen dudes get emotional and stuff. And now I get it. I really get it. It is a hard trek. You know what I mean? Like I said on my show tonight, it's kind of like you go up the mountain and you get to that first plateau.
Yeah.
That's being monetized. You turn around and you look down and see how far you've come, and then you turn around and you look up. and see how far you gotta go.
Come on, man.
You know what I mean?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
But I love it, man. Thank you so much. I know you was trying to get on the show. We almost had Brother Black Man on there, but JT came through, and even Brother Tarus came through, bro. And I'm telling you, we were talking about players versus guys with game. It was a really good show. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Guys, if you did not get a chance to watch that after you watch the show tonight, guys, please go and watch that replay of DL Saint's show. And so you guys can be, so you guys can know how good that show was today. The man's monetized. He's working hard. Let's support him. Let's support him. All right. JT, it's so cold in the D.
What up, though?
What it is?
What it do?
I was waiting on it. I was waiting on it. Yeah. That sound effect. Where's it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You dig?
What's going on, bro?
Hey, man, it's all gravy, bro. We over here. We done got comfortable with the cold. So, hey, all we doing now is waiting for the weather to go back to where it needs to go. You dig what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I came out yesterday, man. I was feeling really, really good. So, anybody that's in the Midwest, you know anything about the Midwest, we enjoy all 4 seasons. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe 3 seasons. You might enjoy 3.
I like all 4 of them. I embrace it all, man, because when that spring come, those are my favorite 2, spring and fall.
It's beautiful in the D, ain't it, boy?
It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
All right, man. So, man, no captivity. How's the family, man? How's everything going? How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I just got my car fixed. I had to get my ignition cord changed, and I thought it was a Cadillac converter. I thought I was gonna have to come out about $1,500, but God is good. God is good all the time.
All the time.
God provides.
Yes, he does, brother. Hey, don't start having no church in here now. See, I tried to listen. Hey, so somebody listen, man. Thank you for being here tonight, guys. Somebody got mad at your boy, Black Man Unfiltered again, man. I'm pissing people off every day. It's just
man. You've been on a roll.
This is the level of pistivity. Today, somebody got mad at me because they said, yesterday I was Kevin Samuels, but today I'm trying to be TD Jakes. And I did a little sermon. Yeah, somebody told me I was trying to be Kevin yesterday. Somebody told me you're trying to be Kevin, but you see what happened to him. You want that to happen to you too? Yeah, that was bad. Then, so today they said I'm trying to be TD Jakes because I preached a little sermon today for men that are in sexless marriages. I don't know if y'all got a chance to see it.
I did not. I need to go back and look.
Yeah,
it's on IG. Or
it's on IG. It's on TikTok. It's on all my stuff. YouTube, everything. And so they were upset about that today. They said that I'm trying to be TD Jakes and have a sermon about men who are suffering in sexless marriages. Listen, guys, the number is astronomical. Let me go ahead and say it right now before we start the show. There are men out here, 70% of men are in sexless marriages. Let me do the number again, 70. That means men go home, they go to work all day, they go home, and there's nothing. So, and some of the they have excuses for the women. Women had babies, their hormones didn't change, they don't really have the sex drive they used to have. But my thing is this, guys, and then somebody correct me if I'm wrong, because I got people up here that's older than me, been in the world longer than I. My thing is this, fellas. If I can go to work every day and work hard and make sure I make a living to either help you or be the man of this house and pay these bills, if I can hear a noise in the night and go stand in front of that bullet for you, you should have enough energy to throw that thing back. Can I get an amen, somebody?
Man, hallelujah.
Boom,
hallelujah.
If I could jump in front of the
I don't
bullet,
speak in tongues, but
listen, if I could jump in front of the bullet, you should be able to take the bullet.
Hey,
come on, huh? Come on, I did that. I'm preaching tonight. Oh, it's TD Jakes tonight.
50 cal.
Yeah, 50 cal.
But the thing that gets me with that is because I know about the reasons that women put up or whatnot. There was a TED Talks that I saw, and it talked about how basically how men and women, like, we're wired differently, and
Right.
that with men, we're always in a state of desire,
Mhm.
and then there's arousal. Where with women, they have to be aroused to have desire. So I could even work with that. But the thing I always got was, once you get the arousal and desire going, a lot of times it's almost like as if it never happened. Like, men have memory, you know.
Right.
We remember it was like was last night. But
And
it's
see,
like it's almost like once it's over, it's like they just like sometimes they just revert back, and it's like, you know, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, what did we do last night? I don't even remember that. It's like
and
you
men
might have had it going 4 or 5 times that night, and
Yeah,
she don't
yeah.
remember a thing. I don't
And
get it.
men are so different because we don't need all that music. We don't need all that. Listen, guys, I got a few people in the chat I want to talk to tonight. Let me get hold on just a second, guys. I got them coming in here. I got some people in here that's watching tonight. My brother, I see my brother here. It's his first time here, so I definitely want to shout him out. So give me just a second. When is the last one? Okay, there we go. Anyway, so that let me go down the list here. So we got Clement Gray in the building. Yes, sir. I did get your email this morning, sir. I appreciate that, brother. He's looking out for me. Thank you, man. Hey, my brother from another mother, Sir Hell Speaks, is in the building tonight. Listen, he would be here, but he's in Egypt on a book signing tour. So
Head on, boy.
he's in Egypt on a book signing tour. So
One more time.
he's in Egypt on a book signing tour. I think he's going to leave Egypt and go to Dubai. And then going to sign over there, and then I think he's going to leave there, and I think he's going to go to Cape Town, and then he's going to come back here, and I think he's going to go to the hoods and the neighborhoods and preach that bald-headed dark nigga preaching. I'm just so ready. I'm excited.
Is he gonna bring back some camel kneecaps?
Man, listen, no, well, Black David, I talked to Black David today, and Black David told me, what did he say he had? He said he had ostrich jawbone juice. I'm trying to. He says good. He says good. He says good for sperm count. I will figure it out. We got let's see, beautiful JT. We got beautifully animated. She said send her the link. Hey man, somebody send her the link. Anybody got her?
I got it.
Yes, send her the link for me. And then we got Clement Gray. I'm gonna get your super chat in a second. We got Jimmy Howard in the building tonight. We got Lou Optics in the building tonight. We got Jimmy Howard. My boy Alton Cummings is in this thing tonight for the first time. This is my brother, man. Alton, thank you for being here tonight, man. Hopefully you listening in. I don't know where you at because I saw you today. You know, I don't know what part of the world you in. That's why I called you. I was like, man, where's my brother at today? All right, so we got Scam Likely. He should be camming up in a minute. Sherelle, baby, if you want to come up, send me a message in the IG, and I'll send you the link so you can come up. I would love to have your perspective tonight as well. Let's see here. Jedi Mike, if you want to come up as well, just send me an IG, man. I'll send you the link as well. Let's see. Oh, I definitely want to do the greetings. So, guys, assalamu alaikum.
Wigum salam.
All right, thank you guys. I'll have to do that for my boy Jedi Mike. He said he's the wig ninja, so he's just gonna start kicking wigs off every time you see him. All right, so we got a super chat here for $2. Clement Gray, $2. He said, "Black Men Unfiltered, did you get the email this morning? Help to topic." Yes, I do have the email. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Clement. I do have something for you here. Here we go. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Oh, let me slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be swinging. You can get it all free like welfare. Yeah. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Gave me in, let's go buy a Lennis.
All right, man. Thank you for that $2 super chat. I appreciate you, my brother. That was another one for you, JT. Give you chills up your side on it, boy. Especially when man, that boy playing the hell out of that violin. Good God about it.
Them boys in Texas, them boys down there with y'all in Texas, you know them?
No, I don't, man. Them boy playing the hell out of that damn violin, brother. Oh my God.
Yes,
so Hink is in the building tonight. Hink, what's going on, my brother?
What's happening, baby? How y'all doing tonight?
Doing all
Good,
right.
man. I want
What's
to
good, fam? Good to see you.
Congrats on the number one draft pick.
Yeah, number one draft pick, my brother. Damn, y'all was horrible. I do want to say this to Hink, though.
Hell with y'all.
I do want to say this to Hink, man. Hink, welcome to the show tonight, guys. If you don't know, now you know. Hink has a new book coming out, guys. And the name of the book is called Leave Her Ass at the Restaurant or Else. It'll be in stores in March. He'll be doing a book signing tour as well. And so he'll be in Egypt and Dubai, and I think he has another book signing in Vietnam. And so we'll just follow him. We'll just follow him.
Essence Fest is June 29th this year, so him and Sir Hill, they might want to book.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Hey, so Black David, we're going to talk to Black David for a second. He said, "Black Men Unfiltered, I'm selling no more. I gave all the business to Sir Hill Speaks. This is why he is on tour, and it funds his tour." Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Number one.
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah, because the last time I saw Black David, because you know Black David's not in the States right now, guys. He's out of the country. He's in Africa. And I saw him doing a root canal on a hippopotamus. And so after that, the video went out. And I haven't seen him since. So shout out to Black David. We love you, man, and we miss you, brother. Go and get that root canal done and come on back home, brother. This is for you. All right.
Hey, brother Hank, who's your team? Who's this football team?
Bears.
The Bears?
The Bears.
Bears.
They play football? I didn't even know they played football, man.
They ain't Grizzly Bears. They Teddy Bears.
I thought that was a rugby team. I didn't know they played football.
Don't start that, man. Y'all just now started playing football again. Yeah, don't do that.
Come on now, you know we've been waiting a long time to talk some shit. Now you know what I mean. The window might not be that long.
Wait, I know that's right.
Who did Black David say he gave his
We got the ladies in the building.
Sir Hill.
Sir Hill, don't do it.
Yeah. So
he sold me
Albie Shores in the building.
He sold me lime mane hair powder, like lion's mane powder for my hair, and it fell out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it went
turned it blonde. It fell out.
No. I'm gonna say this before we get into our show tonight. You have to read the instructions. Black David don't never read the instructions to you. The lion mane hair powder is not. It's not for your hair. Okay. The lion mane powder. It's designed to go under women's breasts so they won't sweat when they jogging.
Y'all ain't shit,
all right,
man.
You gotta read the fine print. You gotta read the fine print, people.
Hey, my bad for being late, bro. All this technical shit is weird.
Hey, don't worry about it, man. Good to see you. Tyrus is in the building tonight. Beautiful Animated Speaks is in the building tonight. Thank you so much. Black David said, really? So thank you. So thank you guys for being here tonight, man, as we dive into this conversation. We got another super chat here. Who's out here with the super chat? Is that, yeah, claim it again. He says, Hank can't do no book signing to a BMU. He will be too busy eating salad.
Damn, brother Hank, they got you, though. Today's your day, bro.
Damn. Okay, well, let's go to Asia and let Miss Asia sing to him tonight.
That's the way every day goes. Every time we have no control. If the sky is pink and white, if the ground is black and yellow, it's the same way you showed me. On my head, don't close my eyes. Halfway on a slow move, it's the same way you showed me. If you could fly, then you'd feel south. Up north's getting cold soon. The way it is, we're on land, so I'm someone to hold true. Keep you cool when it's still light. Won't let you down when it's all ruined. Just the same way you should.
that girl can sing, boy. That's ridiculous. That's
That's it.
ridiculous.
Probably no English either.
Right.
Nah, I bet you she speak English, man, because she was attacking them words a little too great.
I'm saying, watch
No,
some of
they
that
can do
K-pop,
that.
K-pop, that Korean stuff. These folks know no English at all, but they just do these American songs like.
Yeah. Hey,
great.
Mr. Bennett, did you see those guys
Yep.
that did K-pop that did Joe?
Yeah.
And Joe was there.
Man.
Oh no, there was one in Japan where it's an old one. When Brian McKnight was there, they had like the hottest male
That's the
vocalist
same
who was
guy.
trying to do runs, and Brian McKnight was there and started doing some runs. It was a rap, bro. If y'all ain't seen it, Google that one. That was fire.
All right, man. Again, guys, thank you guys for being here tonight. If you just came in, hit the like button, subscribe button. We're about to dive into this conversation. But first, Scam Like, if you want to have your super chat, read, we'll put it up on the screen. We'll play something beautiful for you to listen to. That'll be our commercial break. If you think that we're in the middle of the conversation, we need a commercial break, send a super chat. We'll go to commercial.
Hey,
Sponsor those commercials. All right.
hey, black man.
Yeah.
When you get a chance, check out O'Shea Do Jackson's last celebrity junk video.
No, what?
Just check it out.
Okay, I will. All right, guys. Also, Scam Likely said he needs some organic hippopotamus elbow grease. He's wondering if Black David was having a sale, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Dusto. He'll be here in a minute. All right, guys. So tonight's show, guys, Parabon, Soul Ties, The Wall, The Silent Killer, we don't talk about. I think that these type of things, when it comes to Parabon, Soul Ties, and The Wall, I think these things are not talked about a lot in our community. And it's one of the things that in today's time that a lot of people have woken up about, saying, listen, I don't want to be a part of somebody that has so many spirits up in them. And so I'm so, man, listen, if we don't believe scientifically, they've proven Parabon. Soul Ties, it comes from a biblical aspect of things. The Wall is a real thing. A lot of people say the Wall is not real. It is real, especially when you have a ticking time. You have a ticking clock to achieve everything you want: family, children, all these different things. And when your body starts to tell you that's over, it's over. You can't be 50 like Sanaa Lathan right now saying she wants kids. You have to adopt. So let's get into the conversation. So when it comes to we'll start backwards, and we'll be dyslexic tonight. We'll start backwards. The Wall, does that really exist, guys? Is that a real thing? Scientifically, they said it's a real thing. DL Saint he's probably already got it pulled up, but we'll get you guys in here, and then when we get to DL Saint, he'll give us the real on what he found. As for he's going to be our information tech guy tonight. He's going to have all the info on everything that we're talking about, so we can have receipts. So no captivity. The Wall, scientifically, they say it's real. It's a ticking clock on all women. That when you get to a certain age, a certain stage in your life, everything sags, drops, and stops.
Yeah,
Is that a real thing?
It's definitely a real thing. Metaphorically, the Wall represents it represents a barrier that kind of slows you down from going forward, right?
Right.
So especially with women, they experience this at a certain age. Now, I do believe that you can push the wall back. The more you work out or preserve yourself, eat right, the wall can be delayed, for lack of better terms. But there definitely is a wall. Every woman's going to hit it. Now, back in the day, they used to call it a glass ceiling because,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You can't really see it. And most women don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Until they run right dab into that thing. You know what I'm saying? They wake up one day and run right into it, and it hit them before they even know it. So yeah, most women can't see it, but it's definitely a real thing. And you know what? I can tell you what, I can do you one even better. There are women out there that didn't believe it, but they believe it now, and they're out there telling women there is a wall because they ran into it already. So that's my take.
And I'm gonna tell you this, guys. Again, going back to Sister Taraji B. Henson, Alexis from Texas, DM me at Black Men Unfiltered Network on IG, and then I'll send you the link, honey. But even like Taraji P. Henson, all these years, she held up the bloodstained banner. A man got to do this. He 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 ain't gonna come step into me. And the women in the audience are clapping, and she had her nice little following. And then a few days ago, I can't find no man. No, nobody want to be me. Oh. Yep. Jody don't want you no more. And so what? Yes. And the thing that bothered me and Mr. Bennett had this conversation. These were some of the most sexiest women in Hollywood. Everybody wanted. Taraji and Regina Hall and Nia Long, all these beautiful women. And now they're all in their 50s and their baby mamas, no husbands, and now they're crying. Sanaa Lathan, I can't believe it feels like yesterday I was 37 and now I'm 51. Yes, those years have passed you by, sugar hun, sugar boo boo. You just over. Get a dog, buy a loan. Now Tyrese will buy you a puppy. That's about it.
If you would, Black man, if you would have told me back when Love and Basketball was
what's she bad on Love and Basketball?
I would have never thought that Sanaa Lathan would be in this position in her life, because she's gorgeous, bro. And you know what I'm saying? And I just would have never thought that, you know.
Right.
But that speaks a lot about what men want. A lot of women think that they have a lot of they have a big grasp on what men really want, but they really don't have a clue what men really want for long term. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, y'all talking about Sanaa. Like I told you, I think yesterday I told you I was in the club in LA and I saw she was standing right next to me, and she was attractive, and I was never a big fan. I mean, of course she's fine, but I was never like, oh, that's Sanaa Lathan. I was with my dude who was married. He told me who she was. And when I tell you she was wide open for me to holler that she was, but I wasn't, you know what I mean? It was just like whatever. And we're going to get into, what this wall means. I know there's a lot of people out there who don't understand what we're talking about here. We'll get into that. And the wall comes for us all, men and women.
All right. So, Tyrese, what are your thoughts? Is there such
If
thing
y'all
as a
talking
wall?
about a wall, y'all talking about when a woman can no longer have kids? Like, I don't know what y'all talking about.
No, okay, let me explain what we mean by that. When we say wall, that means a woman can no longer. She's at a point in her life where marriage isn't an option, having a family isn't an option, and she's wasted her good years resisting, and now she's trying to take in her 50s. She's trying to embrace the things that she turned away in her 30s and 40s.
So that's the equivalent of a dude in a midlife crisis?
Hell no.
No, that's completely different.
Hey, well,
midlife crisis, he
biological
get a
or
Corvette.
midlife crisis? Y'all gotta explain to me what the
Brother Tyrese, check the back chat. Check the back chat.
Tyrese, it's a biologically, when a woman can no longer in her 50s at 51 years old or 55, she can no longer have children. However, Tyrese, when you're 55 years old and if you were single, you are able to find you a 30-year-old woman and have babies with her.
Do you see this hairline? I do not agree, sir.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of, you got to shake that motherfucker.
No hairline.
Yeah. This dude's stupid.
In your 20s, though.
Yeah, make your hairline look like my hairline, bro. And you be all right. Don't worry about it.
Hey, hold on, guys. Before we move forward, Taylor the Natural is in the building tonight. She says she's a new sub. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you for being here and sticking with us. We hope you enjoy the show tonight. Leave a comment, give them those comments, and we'll definitely pull you up, pull your comments up, and go over anything that you want to talk about tonight as far as the subject. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Criff Joseph, thank you for being here as well. I appreciate you guys for being here tonight. You guys are showing up and showing out tonight. I appreciate it. All right. So, Brother Hank, is there such thing as a wall, my brother? I know you're about to give it to us.
Yeah. It's a wall. And I wouldn't give a shit these heifer ran into it. Give a shit, man. Because if the pride got them to that point where they feel like they kept pushing it back, feel like they don't never have to do anything. Hey, let them do all that. Enjoy your life. But then, like you said, when you get to that point where you can't find a man or just you're not having babies of your own that you'll give birth to. You relying on somebody to give birth for you. It's not the same.
So it is biological.
It's
not
not
a
the
social
same.
construct.
So You know,
So it is
I
about
just
not being able to have.
Farouche, hold on,
Sorry,
man.
not being
Put
able to
yourself
have.
on mute, man. The king's talking. So, you know, I don't know why anybody we shouldn't feel sorry for the women because they know what they're doing. You know, you have these options early in your life. You keep turning away because you feel like everything else is important. You know what I'm saying? But that's just the women who has little to no respect for men. You know what I'm saying? And that's those type of women who end up hitting the wall and then get to in their mid 50s, late 60s, thinking back now, damn, what life could have been if I, had my own children, if I had, prioritized maybe getting married, you know what I'm saying, and not just prioritizing my career. Because guess what? Most of the time, once y'all get old in these wrinkles and the surgeries just ain't working for you no more, them jobs, them acting jobs, performance jobs ain't coming through. You know, you can only play a sport for so long.
Right.
You can only be a hot performer on stage for so long. And then what?
And
you have nothing to share with nobody with. Besides, like y'all said,
Hey guys,
your
when
dog or
somebody
your
declares
cat or maybe
themselves
your
a king,
fish or
make
your
sure they're
parrot.
giving the correct information. Can
So,
I please get
I mean,
information
I
on
don't-
what the wall is?
Yeah,
Because I
got you.
can't find this in any
Pause.
scientific journals
Pause.
or anything.
Mute,
I'm
man.
about
Mute
to-
yourself, man. We trying to talk, brother.
Hold on. So
But
Tyrese,
you're not talking about anything, just like yesterday. You're not saying anything.
Again, there you go. Why you always coming here acting like a little baby girl?
Why you always refer to yourself as a king when you're not?
hey,
Because
so
you know
guys,
I
hold
am.
on. So guys, basically what's happening is this. He said he can't find anything scientific.
Yeah,
Okay,
I see
so-
like a manosphere. People refer to the wall typically because dudes got rejected, so they say. So again, is it because
what are you
women
looking
can't
at?
have any
Tyrese,
kids
you on
anymore?
YouTube, son?
Or is this
Tyrese.
biological? Is this a social
Tyrese,
construct?
when we talk about the wall, DL Saint gave you the definition. He said the wall is a point at which a woman is no longer
Can I
sexually
get a
desirable.
link? I need a link. Scientific journal.
Hold on.
It's
so you hold on,
blackmanunfiltered.com
yeah, that's right.
at YouTube.
Tyrese, what I'm telling
Yeah,
you
no,
is
that's not going to work.
you're not going to find a scientific scientist say the wall, but they will
I
tell
know.
you.
So it is a social construct.
No, it's not a social construct because women bodies do shut down. Women get to an age they can't have kids.
So it is
They have-
biological.
they have menopause. Their bodies shut down completely.
It's not, but brother, it's not
You
solely.
got two girls and you have no idea about women at all?
But it's not solely biological, Tyrese. I mean, that's just the
Hey,
whole
you're married,
thing. Now.
right?
But it's not solely biological. You know what I mean? Feel me on that. I hear what you're saying.
Hey,
yes,
you're
there's
married,
a
I mean, you got a
Tyrese,
husband,
listen up.
right?
Tyrese, listen up, bro.
Oh,
You-
hey, you single as fuck talking like that. Damn,
You got a
all
husband,
right,
right?
hold on, man.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm listening to DL. I'm listening to a real.
No, you're not, bro. Not just being 100. You my dog. You're not listening, man. Like
I'm listening
y'all
to
want to
you,
get
I'm
into
not
it.
listening to him.
No, if y'all want to get into a tit for tat, y'all can do that. I'll sit back. I'll sit back like I did last night. You know what I mean? Y'all know I don't really roll like that. You know what I'm saying? But we want to have this
I
conversation,
do.
and it's not
But I do.
Hank. Bro. You know, I'm just saying. No, but
Yeah,
you
I'll
gotta want to
argue with
listen.
women.
That's what I'm saying. So my thing is this: the wall is not just it's not a scientific term. It embodies a whole lot of things, right? The biological aspect is one of them, right? But basically, when women aren't getting that attention anymore, right? When women find it hard to secure the man that they want, when they can't do that any longer, that's considered the wall. Like I said, the wall comes from men and women. It's just the wall comes from men a little bit later. It takes men longer to become desirable to women. So men don't really come into their own until their 30s. Well, by the time a woman hit her 30s, she's approaching a wall. The wall can hit you in your 30s. It can hit you in your 60s as a woman, right? There's no, like, there's not like, okay, you're going to hit this year of your life and bam. You know, it depends. You know what I mean? Halle Berry still got dudes chasing after her. You know what I mean? But Halle Berry has definitely hit the wall because 18-year-old, 19, 20-year-old Halle Berry, the sky was the limit. Today's Halle Berry, her options are extremely limited. So that's what we're talking about.
DL, let me put it plainly.
I mean, freeze it. Hold that thought because I'm gonna forget I'm getting old.
Okay.
DL Saint just made a great point,
Mm.
bro. You may have just discovered something. I think that it's reversed for the men. I think
It
women
is.
hit the wall later, and men hit the wall in the beginning of life. Women hit the wall in the middle of life. Let me tell you why. You just said something. You said it takes a while for a man to get where he needs to be. So when a man hits that wall, that's rejection. He ain't looking right. He ain't got his money right. You know, because we're made to be a different way, right? We got to be protectors, providers. We got to look good, smell good. All this stuff men are growing into, and we keep hitting that wall. So men probably hit it coming in the door, but women hit it going out. I think that's a great thing you just said. Go ahead, Freezy.
And just to add to it, just like both of you gentlemen said, men start out having to work on pushing their wall down. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. I agree.
So basically what the wall is in plain terms is the amount of options women had at a younger age is it tremendously diminishes. Their options tremendously diminishes. They don't have the same options they had at, let's say, 22, 25 that they have, you know, the options that they, okay, I'm backwards. The options that they had at 22, 25 years old has drastically diminished at age 45, right? 50, you know, it's drastically, you won't, Halle Berry is not a bad looking woman, but she definitely does not have as many options now that she had back when she was 22, 25 years old. So that's basically the wall in the nutshell.
All right, so let's get JT. What are your thoughts, man?
Okay, so yeah, the wall is basically when men, pretty much, some men don't even have the privilege to hit the wall; they die. So, you know, by the time they hit their stride, they out there working their careers or whatever, they have a family or whatever, and they end up dying, or they never even get a chance to make it. Most men fail when it comes down to having families. They fail. Whether it's whether they then got married and had a divorce, or whether they've been just dating professional daters, they never had a family, or they somebody's baby daddy. So you got a lot of men that fail at it, and they never even get a chance to even get it to a point of hitting the wall, because they've never succeeded in the things that they wanted to accomplish. There's a lot of guys that failed at that. However, with women, there's nothing to build. They only have to preserve. And what happened with women is that they don't understand that they have the value already. They were born with their value: beauty, sexuality, the wherewithal to be able to have children and all of that shit. They have value, you know, to be able to assist a man in all these things. But
so JT, while you're talking, can you answer Miss, and thank you, Taylor, again for coming in. This is the first time here. Can you answer her question for Mr. JT? She said, what happens if you're young, but you know you can't give a man children? Doesn't that complicate things?
No, it doesn't. It's just not in the cards. You should, you figure out what your value is. That's just what it is. That's right. I mean, it is what it is.
And that's not a choice that you're making either. You're not making a choice to not have children. It's the fact that you're not able to. When we talk about the wall, we're talking about actual women that have the ability to be with a man, in her 20s and her 30s. Let me give you an example. Vivica A. Fox could have had any man in the world she wanted when she was in her 20s. Good God Almighty. That was a beautiful woman, Jesus. And she went into her 20s, her 30s, brick wall, 30s, 40s. I'm the bad bitch. 45, 49, 50, 55, 57. And now look at her. She done got her face cut up. She trying to keep up with these 20-year-old girls, and nobody want that Fox no more.
Let me get a flip side of that, black man. Fuck them Hollywood hoes. Let me talk about somebody that I actually look at as the actual woman that did what she was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. My mama. She was 18 when she got married. Okay. She been with that man ever since. They still together. Both of them are still together. My mama green as hell. She don't know everything that it comes. My mama, if you try to get some dating advice from my mama, she gonna fail you every goddamn time. She has no idea on how to date. But let me tell you what she do have the idea on how to do. Be a wife. Have integrity. Be able to figure things out, even through her flaws. Be able to make that man the man that he tended to do. And then guess what happens? She finds out, shit, she ain't never even seen how to hit the wall. She don't know nothing about hitting no goddamn wall.
Right.
She ain't never experienced something like that because she has her man with her.
She
The
preserves.
worst that can happen to her is what? She become a widow.
Yeah.
The
And you know what
greatest thing in the world that we all experience is to lose one another. The greatest experience that we could ever have is to lose the person we married.
And-
To be a widow
and you
is
know
actually
what?
a privilege.
Right. And you know what, JT? Let me tell you something that really touched me today, man. I was at work and everybody came back from their vacation time. A lot of people took a whole bunch of vacation time. And one of the girls from my team came back. Well, I ain't gonna say girl, she's a grown woman. She's 50 something. And she said, they asked her, what is your New Year's resolution? She said, my New Year's resolution is to show my husband I appreciate him more. She said, I think I take my husband for granted. And she said that, sometimes I just sit and think, this man does everything for me. He provides for me. He cleans up. He helps me cook. He makes sure the yard's taken care of. He makes sure I'm taken care of. When I'm sick, I'm down. He's there for me. And she said, I just don't. She said, I'm really realizing, guys, lately that I really don't appreciate my man, my husband. And she said, so this year, I'm going to give him everything that I have, 100% of me, 150% of me, if I can, to show him how much I love him and how much I appreciate him.
That's what she ended up doing, black man.
What's that?
She ended up enrolling in a school that you never graduate from. Relationship.
Exactly.
That's what she did.
And guess
she
what?
ended up being a student.
But you know what? You know what the bad thing is about the generation today, or the women today? Tyrus, watch this. After that lady said all that great stuff, guess what one of the younger girls said that's in her 30s?
You a slave?
She said, oh, I'm glad
marry
that you,
myself.
she said, I'm glad that you bold enough to say that, baby. She said, because I'm stubborn. I would never let a man know what you just said. Oh, she said, not me. That would never happen. I would never open up to a man like this. She said, you bold. She said, you better than me. She said, so I give you kudos for being open about you want to be better for your husband. She said, but those words you just said would never come out of my mouth.
I am really feeling charitable today. I'm in a great mood. So I do facts, and so I'm not going to call out DL for the fact that he's posting definitions from a blog that deals with masculine social intelligence. That's not science. So I'm going to give you guys another opportunity again to find a peer-reviewed scientific journal that says hitting the wall is a real thing. Before I start,
we ain't got to, bro.
It's only explaining him.
So hold on, Tyrus. Let me ask you a few questions. Tyrus, let's take the wall out of it. Do you think there are women right here that's in the chat right now? Now, none of us are women, right? But this is a woman.
No, we got a couple on the panel.
Okay, this is an actual woman in the chat, and they're in the chat saying there's a biological clock ticking on us. Before we can't find a man to have kids.
I asked you guys if it was biological. You said no.
I said
asked you
yes.
If it's
I
a
said
social
yes.
construct, you say no.
I said yes.
You get what I mean? Like I'm just trying to get before I comment. I really want a solid definition, and none of you guys seem to provide a solid definition.
Well, I gave it to you. It's life.
You guys don't even agree on the definition.
Biological. Okay, let me say this. I think all of men will agree with this. Biologically, women have a ticking clock, and in that ticking clock, you can't be 55 years old talking about I'm ready to get married and have 4 kids.
Right. Menopause typically starts at what? Early to mid 40s?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's the wall.
No, not 30s.
Right. What 35?
Hey,
hold on now.
Tyrus.
Well, hold on. 35 starts with geriatric pregnancies where women have a harder time having women have a harder time having babies, and women are
it's the inability though.
Right.
Yeah, it's the inability to have children though,
right.
Bro.
And Tyrus, since you're in front of the computer
in the mid
Tyrus,
to late.
And since you're in front of the computer,
35.
Yeah, Tyrus, and since you're in front of the computer, Tyrus, I encourage you to look up the number and the statistics for women who are passing away at 35, between 35 and 45 from geriatric pregnancies.
Well, see, that's the thing. I already know the statistics. As me and my wife are talking about having another kid, so we know the risk and the statistics. And
exactly.
That's why I'm pulling up all the numbers. Because when I look up hitting the wall, I see the thing with marathon runners. They hit the wall because they plateau in training and things like that. Hitting the wall. I see a lot of Reddit and Urban Dictionary. I don't see anything like.
Okay, so you're gonna have to listen. You're gonna have to listen, but listen, Tyrus. You're gonna have to listen to what we're saying because eventually, between all of us on this panel, you're gonna get an ideal. You the one that don't have an ideal of what hitting the wall is, right? So guess what? Don't look at goddamn Google. No, but listen, don't look at Google. Be into the conversation, listen to what everybody has to say, and then we can draw that. Because trust me, it is a real thing, brother.
Let me
You
ask
got
you.
women more than
Everything you just
Let me ask
described is
Tyrese
the
a
male
question.
equivalent
asking a
of
lot
a
of them.
midlife crisis. I was just asking if that's what it
You
was.
asking a lot of them,
It's
JT.
not a midlife crisis. Have you ever
Yeah,
went to school?
she ain't gonna act right tonight.
You ever seen a woman? You ever
you're
seen
right,
a
right.
woman in your early 20s or when you was in high school and you thought she looked good, and then later on in life you seen her in her 30s or 40s, you say, "What happened to her? Damn, what the hell happened to her?" You ain't said that. You never said that to yourself.
No, there's a lot of women in their 30s and 40s.
Hey
who take
man,
care
let's
of
keep
themselves.
going, bro.
Okay.
Who
All right,
next?
so let's go ahead and get.
I'm sorry, man. Y'all
So
I'm just trying to figure out where these terms come from.
Hold on. We got a lady on the panel right now. That beautiful animated speaks, and Alexis from Texas. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate you. So, beautifully animated. Do you feel like there's such thing as a wall as a woman from a woman's perspective?
Yeah, there's a wall. I don't think marriage has anything to do with it because people get married at different ages. You know what I'm saying? At all ages. So I don't think there's a cutoff for getting married. But if you want to have a family, yeah, you better move. You better move smartly. You better be thinking and you know, move correctly if you want to have a family and not put yourself in a difficult and dangerous situation, you know, because the higher up you get in age, the more difficult pregnancy is. I mean, pregnancy is already dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And that's for the healthiest of women.
Right. And we had a show on that. We had a show on that a while back, and things got real greasy because E-Man, oh my God, E-Man said something that just broke the whole panel down. He said that women are having geriatric pregnancies, especially in the Black community, because the doctors don't want to deal with them because of their attitude, so they just let them die. And so that went left. But to add on to what you guys are saying, I watch a lot of documentaries and things of that sort, but I did see a lot of documentaries showing these women that are passing away in hospitals, 35, 36 years old, bleeding out, dying from having baby. I mean, and Tyrus said he already know the numbers.
Right, and that has nothing to do with attitude. It's because of negligence. That's medical negligence, and there's no excuses for it. So, you know, please miss me with the bullshit.
Hey, CB, you have to be more specific in what you're talking about, sweetheart, so we can address it. What parts of lies? There's a lot being said, so make sure you put it in the chat what you think that is.
So real quick, as somebody who's married to somebody who actually works in these sort of fields, what Alexis is talking about is due to the fact that because of our healthcare so trash in America, we have a high birth rate, death rate amongst women, and then specifically amongst Black women, because right now there's racial stereotypical undertones, especially with generalizations and rumors. For example, it actually used to be scientifically taught in medical school that Black women specifically had a higher pain tolerance than other women, right? So those are a lot of the things. So there's a lot of neglect going on in healthcare when it comes to Black patients and Black women, specifically because of these racial and stereotypical undertones. So what you have is Black women who are biologically actually able to have more children, healthier, but due to the healthcare system, actually have a higher rate of birth rate deaths in the community.
Right. Okay. So let's get to Alexis from Texas. Alexis, thank you for being here. Another perspective from another woman. What do you think, Alexis?
I agree. And first of all, thank you for letting me come up. I agree with beautifully animated. I don't think there's a wall as far as marriage, but I do think as far as having children, when I decided to tie my
we lost her. We lost her. We got Illuminated Revelation in the building tonight. What's going on, my brother? So Yeah, what's going on, man? Good to see you, my guy. Good to see you. So since you just came in, we'll go ahead and ask you, is there certain, because we're going to get through the wall thing so we can get to the other two topics as well.
Yeah.
So Illuminated Revelation, what is your thought? And then after you, we'll go to Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, face illuminated.
Then we'll move on to the next thing. So Illuminated Revelation, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I've been listening. There is a thing called the wall. It really is. And I understand what Tyrus is saying because he's like me in a way. He likes peer-reviewed studies and scientific facts and things of that nature, which is cool. But in our case, from what you guys have been defining, I agree wholeheartedly, because right now with the way the social dynamics are right now with the boss women and this and that, and they don't need a man and all the rest of this foolishness is going out in society. It's like, yeah, they're hitting the wall now. And it's like they're finally realizing like the PhDs, the education, the career and all that. A lot of women are having regrets right now. And you can find those just not so much as in a peer-reviewed study, but you can just find those in just basic conversations that are having on various, social sites and everything. So that's just, I don't want to hold up the panel, but that's just me in a nutshell, saying what's really going on in society. So it's definitely happening with women. And as one of the brothers said, either JT or DL said, it's happening with men also, but it's happening later with us. I read one of the comments in the chat, men age better in time, whereas women have a certain time between the ages, I believe is 18 and 35, and after that, everything kind of goes downhill, so.
Yeah, there's the comment right there from Dorian. She says, men get better with age. Women's beauty fades over time, making her less desirable than in her younger prime. Now, listen, some women do get lucky. Like Halle Berry, I saw her in John Wick.
Not in my family.
That's a 60-year-old woman right there. You know what I'm saying? And so, but some women say, when you address them, I remember an episode of Sanford and Son, when Esther and Fred were sitting in the living room, and she said, he said, all y'all getting old and ugly. And she said, what you don't understand is, Fred, that all our beauty comes from the inside. And Fred said, well, take your liver out and put it on your face.
I remember that shit.
Shout out to Esther Anderson though, because that lady, if you saw some of those old pictures of her,
yeah,
when she used to be a vaudeville dancer, you would have no idea that that's who she was.
Just look up Luana Page.
Another one, black man. Another one was Lena Horne. She aged gracefully.
And Eartha Kitt as well.
And I was just about to bring it up, Diane Carroll, guys. If you haven't seen that, I think it was 60-minute interview. Diane Carroll, they showed the picture when that woman was so beautiful. And she said all them years she played games with men. And she said she realized when she started getting sick and her health started to fail, when I die, nobody's going to be beside this bed but the doctor and the nurse. I didn't have any kids. I don't have a husband. And she realized at that moment, she hit the wall. And she knows I don't have a family. I don't have anybody. When I die, it's going to be the nurse and the doctor. And all those things. And that was a beautiful woman, brother. And guess what? After she did that interview, I think like 4 months after she did that interview, she died alone. Yeah. No family, no kids, no husband. Just a beautiful soul gone.
But black man, I like that you said earlier that, there are women who have hit the wall. They're talking to other women before they hit the wall, you know what I'm saying? Trying to stop this chain reaction and stuff, So, when you live and learn, it's good to spread the word and try to protect others from your path,
Yeah.
Women should treat hitting the wall before they hit the wall, treat it like musical chairs. When the music stops, you better have a chair to sit in. Because if you don't, it's over with. It's over with for your ass. You are manless, childless, everyless. You just list.
And you know what, Tyrus? You will love my aunt.
Don't say that, JT, because people will fight for that chair.
Let me tell you what my aunt said, Tyrus and Hank and all you yellow skinned brothers. I remember my aunt, she's a beautiful girl in her 30s, 20s. Oh, my aunt was a beautiful woman. And men used to try to talk to her, and she was so picky. And she used to say, "Ugh, I don't want no yellow skin men. Look like they got snot on them." Right?
Messing around with them light skinned dudes.
Damn, all y'all beige dudes.
Yeah, them beige men. So she didn't like them. And then she said, "I want me a dark skinned man. He got to be this. He got, all this stuff they say. He got to be 6 foot tall. He got to be 6-pack. He got to have a 12-inch penis." Which the only reason she wanted that because, like I said in my short, it's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway with some of these females. And so now she's in her 50s. That hair don't hang down no more. It curls up. Them breasts don't sit up no more. When she take them off, they go in her armpits as a heater.
They be looking like this.
Yeah. Now she wearing sweatpants and high heels and football jerseys. It don't listen. Now you went from being a woman who could probably go and be in the U.S. A pageant. So now you are a linebacker for the AARP.
Like, man, you said the titties used to do like this.
Yeah.
When she walk,
they used to sit up like this here, but now they don't. Now her titties got sleep apnea. They doing this. And so yeah, we got all
the saggy titties, baby.
Yeah, listen, and when you lay down on the bed, they go under your arm and keep your armpit warm. You know what I'm saying? But
I know that's right.
God damn, you get stuck. You know what I'm saying? You get stuck in some cold weather. Go to Detroit. I go to Cleveland. She put her hands on them motherfuckers. She good. But anyway,
she got them old can crushers.
Yeah, doc. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? She could turn a cartwheel, throw it between her legs, and squirt milk in the judge's face. But listen, let me get back to what I was saying because y'all starting too much. But again, she hit that wall, and guess what? Now she's by herself. Now she just want to be friendly with everybody, and she want to be. Baby, it's over. They got German Shepherds on sale down the street. It's over. Nobody is desiring you now because you've gained 85 to 95 pounds. Right? You went from being in a Luke video to looking like Luke. And it's over, honey. And I'm sorry. And I told my mom said, "Don't say that." I said, "Mama, all them years I saw her turn these men down and talk to these men like they weren't nothing. And now she didn't hit that wall going 100 miles per hour with no seatbelt on, with some sweatpants and a football jersey on. And it's over."
Well, black man, some of women's most important things that most men are looking for in a woman is the ability to reproduce and their looks.
Yep.
And once you lose those two things,
it's over.
Like you said, you're not as desirable as you once was.
Yep.
That's your wall right there. Once you lose your looks and your ability to reproduce, it's hard. Now you're cutting your chances in finding a husband in half.
And let me tell you something, women out there, even women that are married, some women that are married, really, men let themselves go, but man, sometimes men are very visual creatures. And sometimes you'll meet a woman, and I know a man personally like this right now. He met his wife, she was fine as shit. She was, thank you, Jesus. She was bad. And then they got married, and they don't got no kids, and she said, "I ain't going to the gym no more. I don't have to. I'm married now." Big as a school bus, and he like, "I'm not taking you nowhere. We're not going nowhere. We'll eat here. I'll bring you dinner here. We're gonna eat in the living room. We're not going nowhere." And he's telling her this. "I'm not going nowhere. We're not going I'm not. And women out there that are married right now, if you want to know if you changed and your husband don't see you the same, when he has a Christmas party or something at his job, and it's a +1, and he tell you, "Babe, don't worry about it. Get you some rest." That's what he's talking about. A man does not want to take his woman around people and have people like this.
And brother, black man,
now he can also use that woman and use another woman like women use wigs. Instead of him, it's a protective.
It's a protective style. Yeah.
So when he go out, he not gonna show his real wife.
Yeah. Let's get Mr. Bennett, and then after Mr. Bennett, and we'll go into the next subject.
Okay. Well, I was looking at DL's definition, and I think the first part I just don't think is.
Hold on, Mr. Bennett. Hey, beautiful animated. It sounds like sheep are getting their hair lined up in your background. It's loud. It's loud. It's humming. Okay, go ahead, Alexis. I'm sorry, no captain. When he turned his camera off, laughing. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
No, you want to let Alexis go first? She was making a point before she got cut off.
Okay, go ahead.
And look, I was so sorry, y'all. I live out in the country of Texas, and my internet going. But what I was mentioning earlier, when I was talking about me getting tired, was that even the doctors, like, they do understand to some point there is a wall or a biological clock, because he stated it to me. He's like, oh, well, you don't have to do it now. He gave me the time frame of 35. I was like, no, I'm good. You can do it now. But he still let me know, well, this is the cap in a way. This is where things start getting risky as far as carrying children and things like that. I didn't have my first child until I was 20. I was 26, and then I turned 27 like 4 months after I had her. But I mean, I'll keep it all the way of being. I made certain decisions in trying to have children based off of me thinking I have a biological clock. They had told me at one point that I wouldn't be able to have kids, and I was engaged. And the reason me and my fiance didn't get married is because that came up as far as me not being able to have kids. Then years later, I was able to have kids. But I mean, I don't think it's wrong to state these facts, because or even if you don't want to take it as a fact, as the reality that there is a limit and there's a cutoff for everything in life, period. So to sit there and try to be oh no, I'ma still do this, or I'll still get a man at this age. And I mean, look, when you was talking I heard you when you was talking about like women aging and their looks and things like that. I will say that I do understand, especially with us ethnic women, even though we may not look that age, it's still the perceived notion that you're still up in age. You may not look that age, but you're still up in age, and you're going to be limited to do certain things because you're up in age. You can still look good, but you're still going to be limited to certain things. So.
All right. Thank you so much for that. All right, guys, we got a break here. Clement Gray says BMU women can hit the wall even with marriage based off the amount of men they had before marriage. We're going to get into that in a minute, brother. Most can't. Parabon, that's the email I sent you. Yes, he sent me a picture. He sent me some in the email. I got to pull it up when we get to that part. But yeah, so thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I'll give you something real quick and we'll get right back into it. Here we go. All right, guys.
Wow.
Jamming, like, wait a minute.
Man, did you hear them paradiddles, boy? Oh,
Man.
my God, bro.
Paradiddle, he did a couple of flammadiddles.
Oh, my God, bro. Okay. So thank you so much, Clement Gray, for that super chat. I appreciate that, man. I want to thank everybody for their comments tonight. Now, DL Saint, any information on the wall before we move forward to our next subject, my brother? He's going to have that info for us tonight.
Well, yeah, I was just, Brother Terus is right. There aren't any studies out there. I mean, it's really hard to find information. So you're gonna and he's absolutely right. Like I took this blog from what I found on Google, like he was doing, and it was from the Manosphere, the Red Pill side. It was a blog from there. Now there was some stuff from the other side. The course is gonna say, like from the blue pill, what they call a blue pill or mainstream media, mostly women saying the wall doesn't exist, right? So I pulled that one up because it was like 5 signs that, you know what I mean, that a woman has hit the wall. That's why I pulled that up. Now, I can't argue the fact about, well, it's not scientific. You're not going to find it, right? And for the purpose of these conversations, like if we could only discuss what's already been scientifically proven or whatever, then we would have a whole lot less conversations on YouTube and in life.
I agree, DL, but when you specifically say biology, I expect to see that in black and white.
And I remember I didn't say biology. I did not say that it included I said it was a factor because you guys were talking about. No.
So Tyrese, what? Hold on. Are we going to neglect and walk over what Alexis just said as a female? She just broke down everything that it is. She said a doctor told her at 35, that's your cap.
And I literally just agreed with her. But y'all guys are talking about sexiness and appeal and all this.
Okay, so Tyrese, let me give you. Where did you go?
Trying to figure out what to see.
Hold on, Tyrese. Where did you go to high school?
2001 to 2005.
No. I'm saying where?
Cleveland, Ohio. JFK High School.
Okay, great. Okay, let me tell you something. Name the finest girl that was in your class.
I don't know.
Him?
You don't remember? Okay, I got one. The finest girl that was in my class.
You probably would try to date me back in high school, bro. You're gay ass. Anyway, what'd you say, Bia?
Hey, listen. So in my class we had a girl named Alexis. We call her Woman because she was built like one the entire time she was in school. From the time she was in goddamn elementary school, she was bad. She was tough she was rough as a night in jail. And so I remember her. Right now, think about it. She was bad, or any other. I'm just saying any female. Just imagine now you go to Walmart, Tyrese, and that fine girl that was in your class is checking you out, but you don't notice her. And she say, Tyrese? And you say, yeah, that's me. Who are you? It's Erica. And you remember Erica being bad. And now Erica's the same age as you, right? And she 415 pounds and she's checking out $500 worth of groceries. That's what we're talking about.
And her voice is busted.
She really is not attractive.
Guys, I don't think you guys understand how based I am, because that 400-pound woman in high school still doesn't have to deal with PTSD and crap from deployment like I do. So she still has a better life than me. Like, you guys don't understand how I think right now.
I do. That's another conversation, bro. We can talk about that.
I would much rather be overweight than deal with the mental problems. You know what I mean?
I can tell. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I do. Like I said, bro, from one soldier to another, I do. Trust me. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. What we're talking about here, and the reason I landed on that article that I put in the back chat is the opening line. The wall is the point at which a woman is no longer sexually desirable to men, is what I said. I add a little bit to that. She's no longer sexually desirable to the men that she the men that she's accustomed to courting. Exactly. That's what the wall is. It's a realization that, damn, these dudes, these top tier dudes has been up my butt since I was 18. They don't see me now. So when a woman hits the wall, it's the equivalent to most men who are now invisible, like the bottom 80% of men who are invisible to most women. That's all it is. It's women accepting the fact that, oh, it has changed. What's changed? My age. Now, again, it varies. It's not a set age, and it's not all about, menopause and it's not all about that 100%. There are other aspects and factors to it. And so it's like, it is a social kind of thing. But give it some time. Give it another 5 to 10 years. Because Morgan Stanley.
I'm starting to understand it. So let me explain. So I'm going to try to I put myself in other people's shoes, Dio. You know this. I like to put myself in other people's shoes. So let's say in a multiverse, I got divorced and I'm single and I'm trying to get out there.
As a what? Man or woman?
As a man.
All right.
Wouldn't I technically hit the wall because all of this shit I'm dealing with mentally makes me less desirable to women?
No, because as a man, it's different from us. And this is the problem that most women make. They think it's symmetrical. It's asymmetrical. The things that make men attractive takes time for men to acquire. The things that make men attractive to women takes time for men to acquire. The things that make women attractive to men, they're born with. Right? They're born with, or they work on it right away. But that's the point. So the wall for you in that example, as a man, let's say you're divorced, and let's say that you have, I don't know, you're making $200,000 a year. Let's say you're over 6 feet, and let's say you're fit, right? 23-year-old women want that guy, right? You could be a 40-something-year-old dude, but you're a high earner, so you're over 6 figures. You're fit. That's the six pack. And I'm echoing somebody. Everybody might want to mic up. Mute up. So that example of you talking about, like, that man who is divorced is going to be very attractive to most women, especially those women from like the most desired women, the women from like 18 to 26 are going to want that guy, right? He's more mature. He's fit. He's over 6 feet. That already puts him in 14% of people in America. He's making over 6 figures. That puts him in the 15th percentile of people, of earners, the higher earners in the country. And he's been married before, so women know he wants to commit. That's going to make him extremely desired to most attractive women. Now, the older women, they're going to want him too, but they got to compete with the younger women. And that is the wall. When that guy, that divorcee, looks at an older woman, like, oh man, you fine. You know what I mean? You fine. Vivica A. Fox post peak, but I can holler at Halle Berry in her peak. Who's the guy gonna choose? More than likely, he's gonna go with beauty. Men look for youth and beauty. Women look for other things. So that's it. There you go, right there.
Case in point. This is Pam Grier. Bad, right? This is what Pam Grier was nowhere near the wall. Foxy Brown, she was nowhere near the wall. She can even, this woman, ooh, Lord have mercy. When I was a kid, I say, Daddy, can I just say some improper things? Daddy said, shut your mouth.
All the original equipment too. Ain't no upgrades. All original equipment.
Just real. That's her then. This is her now. Wow. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's tough.
And real quick, and Brother Black Man, can I jump in just real quick? I know. And Brother Black Man, just real quick. If you can show that picture one more time. If you can show that picture one more time, Brother Black Man. I just want to say this. Hey, y'all, listen, this is a real good point. This is a great conversation if we can have it, y'all. I mean, it's plenty of time for jokes and all that, but a lot of women need to hear this, especially men too. Think about Sean Connery when he was a man, when he was alive. When Sean Connery was alive, he was named sexiest man alive in his 60s.
Yes.
How old is Pam Grier in that picture? That's what we're talking about.
In her 60s.
Exactly.
Damn near 70. She might be 70 now.
Yep.
He said, Taru said she's in her golden years.
So 60s is not the golden years, Freezy? You might want to look that up. Go ahead, Freezy.
But she's still at her age, to some man, attractive. However, they only see the Pam Grier that she used to be. Also, you get any man that's that, she's still attractive at some point. However, she is not at the status of a Sean Connery or Billy D. Williams,
right? Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, all of these guys. She's not at those status no more. She was at that status when she was younger. Now it's like, yeah.
And that's all we're talking about. Idris Elba when he was 20 years old. Idris Elba when he was 20, when he was young, he was at his physical prime.
Yeah.
Did not have the same type of draw to women that he does now. When he's in his 50s.
Him at 50.
And he's in his 50s.
Can I say something?
Now,
that term golden years, they only use that term mostly for women. They don't use that for men most of the time.
Really?
It's like
talk about dudes a lot.
That's like that old show, The Golden Girls.
Right?
All old ass white women. Nobody wanted their ass. I think all of them was single.
They took their ass to Florida.
I've only heard it used for women.
And Brother Freezy, it's not that they were just single; they were mostly widows.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Widows. So they were golden years. Yes.
That's why I laughed when he said golden years, because they make it sound so good. And it's all you doing is just misleading women. It's not your
Sorry,
golden.
guys,
That ain't
it's
gold.
just a
That's
different
like
experience. I've been around plenty of men that use
That's
golden
rust
years to
years.
describe senior
That's your
citizens.
rust
I didn't know
years.
this
I was in my golden years as a man.
now I'm gonna give you guys.
Yeah, shit right there.
No, bro, he was correct. Terus was correct when you used golden years. He was correct.
Hold on, guys. One mic. I'm gonna give you guys one more. I'm gonna give you guys one more, and then we'll move on. And we got two more to get to, so I'm gonna give you guys one more. This is the woman that is married, been married for 32 years, I think now. I think that I don't think the wall. I think the wall scared of her. I don't think she's ever hit it. But I'm gonna show you this one. Let me pull this one up first. This woman right here. Let me zoom in real quick so y'all can see her. There she go. Praise the Lord. Let me pull her up. There she go. This woman right here, guys. I think the wall's scared of her.
Is that Angela Bassett?
No, the wall doesn't exist because she's married to a man that she loves and loves her. So the wall doesn't exist for her.
Now hold on. This is Angela Bassett.
She was single,
she
would not be hit by the wall.
Hold on.
Right.
Angela
She
Bassett.
can't be hit by the wall because she got a man.
But watch this. And this is Angela Bassett in 1998 on the set of How Stella Got Her Groove Back. This is her in 98. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me pull up this next one. This is her from today. This is her today. Me.
I was say she was in mom.
This is her today, ladies and gentlemen.
Remember what I said?
Oh, basic ass howdy though. Goddamn.
You can prolong the wall if you work out, if you eat right. You know,
but she ain't got to worry about the wall because she's married.
I don't.
She's trying to find.
No, we're not thinking. We're not thinking about. No, we're not looking at a wedding ring. We're looking at her.
No, I get that, but the wall comes from. This is the thing. The wall comes from when a woman realized that she hit the wall, is because she didn't use what she had the ability to use when she was younger. She tries to use that same thing when she's older, and she has not accomplished what she wanted to accomplish. Normally, it would come from having a husband, and when they don't have it, that's when the wall smacked the shit out of them. Now they can be old, just like I said. When it came down to the Hollywood women, I said, nope, let me tell you about somebody else that I admire, which was my mom. The wall can't hit her because guess what? She's been married for 50-something years and still is married. Right. So she ain't trying to, she don't know if the wall hit or not.
And this is where I disagree. And this is where I disagree with you. This is where I disagree with you, brother JT.
I want to add this about Angela Bassett. It's very important to understand this. If she wasn't married, she would have to date down. She would have to, because she's not going to find a man with the financial the financial satisfaction that she would want. She's not going to find him. She's going to have to date down and date somebody that makes less money than her, because the guys that make as much money as her or more, they're not going to want to marry her.
I don't know, Freezy. What's his name? Robert De Niro like the chocolate, and he don't always get them young.
Right, and
that's true. But I would say this though, brother JT.
Yeah, he said he disagreed with you, JT.
I disagree with brother JT and brother Blackman. On the point is this: the wall comes for us all. She doesn't have to worry about the wall because she's in a committed relationship. And that, and I agree with you there. And I think that's what Brother JT is saying. She doesn't have to worry about it because she has the man that she loves and she respects and honors and this and that. So she's good.
And I understand the balance of saying the wall comes for us all, but I would also have to disagree. I think the wall comes for men when we got one foot in the grave. The wall comes for the women. We did. I think that when it comes for the women, it comes a little bit earlier. That's why Alexis from Texas just said her doctor told her at cap 35 cap. That's your cap, right? 35, right? And so it comes a little early, I think, for the women, but we're damn near got one foot in the grave. I mean, look at Idris Elba. He's about to be 55. Every young woman in her 20s want to give him some ass. But look at Pam Grier. How many of y'all want to hit her right now?
Idris Elba though. Y'all just basic. Like
no. But I'm saying, how many men on this panel right now would go date Pam Grier right now?
Wait. I'm gonna address her as auntie.
Now, hold on now. How much alcohol involved now? Because you know Uncle Sam can be a beast.
You got to
Uncle Sam can be a beast now.
Yes, and so that's what I'm talking about. And some of these women,
damn.
And some of these women are so some of these women are very beautiful, but at the same time, guys, some of them get older, like Pam Grier. She went from sexiest woman alive to built like a belt buckle. And now we have to deal. You have to deal with it.
Black man, you should have put Shaka Khan up.
But hold on, fellas. But it's just one thing. It's just one thing I want to point out. The wall comes for us all. I'm hearing what you're saying, but you can go find a slew of pictures of former NFL guys, right? That went from being Adonises to being, big as houses. Now here's the thing, though. The way women mate select versus the way men mate select.
Exactly.
You could be a former football player. You could be overweight. You could be the overweight lover. Shout out to Heavy D, rest in peace. But
exactly,
and it doesn't work the same for me. But my point still, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on it. The wall comes for us all.
If Tom Brady,
it kills the men. The wall kills us.
Right. We're dead. But if Tom Brady is 45, if Tom Brady get out of the league right now at 45. Like Tony Romo. Let's do Tony Romo. Tony Romo been out the league for 5 years, 6 years. Tony Romo got a little good. He going out playing volley. I mean, he not working out. He playing golf every day. He getting a little chub on him. I guarantee you, he can walk in that Dallas Stadium and pull 15 of them and say, line up, and get bent over.
Yeah, but most men are NFL quarterbacks.
But you're not able to.
Not even him though. Alexis just mentioned Robert De Niro. If I'm not mistaken, I think they got a divorce, right? He got a divorce from his wife.
Exactly.
So, Robert De Niro can get
and he got another black wife. He got
another one.
Robert De Niro can get another one.
And
his wife is gonna have a hard time finding another Robert De Niro.
Right. And guess what my mama called him to this day? Oh Lord, even Sean. My mom was in love with Sean Connery. Oh, they go that Silver Fox. Lord have mercy, boy. That man, no, he bad.
Silver Fox,
right? They call him a silver, yeah. And now, but when men look at the TV, my dad has seen Pam Grier on.
Got that silver tongue.
She had a TV show or something. My dad would say, "Ain't that Pam Grier?" I said, "Yep, that's her, Pop." He said, "God damn, what happened, boy?" I said, "I don't know, Daddy. I don't know."
But we gotta also understand that as men, our looks are not what is the high value of us. Right. It's how we build ourselves. That's why it takes longer for us to become, because we have to build ourselves. With women, they already have their value. They just have to preserve it. They have to keep the value. That's all. They have to try their best to have it. That's why it's better for them to get married younger, so they can already lock that dude down. That's why they tell you, don't go out there looking for a man. Put yourself in the spot where those men are. What type of man you want? You want a man that's highly educated. You want a man that you got to put yourself out there so they can out there and they can discover you. When you out here trying to pick a man and try to pick a husband, it's going to backfire on you every time. And guess what you going to end up hitting? The wall.
Yep. So guys, again,
Sister Alexa's trying to say something.
Hold on just a minute, Alexa. I'm gonna let you go, sweetheart. Guys, thank you guys for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, go ahead and hit the share button. If you want to join the network, go ahead and hit the join button. If you want to send a cash app or a super chat, do that as well to support the channel. Thank everybody on the panel for being here. Thank everybody that's in the audience listening and the undefeated chat. Y'all going in tonight. I appreciate you guys. Alexis, we're gonna get the last comment from you, and then we're gonna go into the into Soul Ties and Parabon. Go ahead.
And maybe it's not a big caveat, but it also, I think, ties into what we were talking about as far as keeping yourself up and things like that. I don't know who mentioned Shaka Khan, but then we looked at Pam Grier, but some of the jobs that they have. Pam Grier, I mean, her repertoire of acting is nothing like Angela Bassett. And if you look at those actresses that are similar in the range with Angela, they have to take care of themselves, make sure that they're eating good, working out, because they know that's the bag. Like certain artists, even like Shaka Khan, she's not in the industry to where they're really dependent on her to work out and do all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No. Those are different, but we're talking about two different eras. When you had Shaka Khan and Pam Grier, they were the standard for black folks.
Yeah.
Now it's white women is the standard for black folks right now. You got wigs and weaves and all these damn flowing hair. When you looked at Pam Grier, she can have her hair down and pressed, or she can have it in the afro. When you look at Shaka Khan, she can have it down and pressed, or she can have it in the air in the afro. When you got Angela Bassett, it's weave. It's not even her own hair.
Okay, I understand that, but I just thought, like I said, just maybe with the careers, it costs a little more as far as making sure that you keep yourself up as a woman. And then that's the thing as women, and what y'all said about different actors and gaining weight and things like that. The industry is not as kind to women like they are to me.
Right. And you know what? The industry, I know DL Saints, and he can allude to this, but we're going to move on. But I'm going to say this and we'll move on. The industry will let you know when you hit the wall. Look at some of the top actresses that it used to be. When was the last time you seen Vivica A. Fox in an A movie? When was the last time you seen Sanaa Lathan in an A movie? When was the last time you seen Regina Hall, Regina King, any one of them in a big time blockbuster movie? The industry will show you as well. You hit a wall, man. We don't want your flabby ass on our screen. Do you think they would hire Halle Berry right now to walk out of that water like she did on the James Bond movie with that orange bikini on again? No, they're not going to call her for that. They're going to call a 23-year-old girl that just started acting. That's who they're going to call because they know the industry knows she's to the wall. However, we're going to move on to Soul Ties and Parabon. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. Now, if you want all the scientific things you need, Brother Tyrus, it's a lot on this, Doc. You can start typing now.
Well, I like the Parabon. I know you're about to bring some good stuff.
Yeah. So a study found that women, this is at Psychology Today and fistudies.org, guys, if you want to follow along. A study found that women who had more than 10 sexual partners prior to marriage showed an increase in divorce rates by 43%. The study also showed women who were virgins when they got married shows a 15% divorce rate. The highest 5-year divorce rate are associated with marrying and having 10 or more premarital sex partners. As of this year, it's at 33% so far of women that have had 10 or more sexual partners. Now, the first question, we're going to get into that, but then I want to say this too, because I know DL going to come up the rear after y'all talk. It says having multiple sexual partners generally doesn't increase the odds of divorce any more than having just a few does. So now they're saying even fewer sexual partners can get you to that demise. Then it talks about, let me go here, research from the Medical Institute for Sexual Health goes on to illustrate the importance of oxytocin when it comes to bonding. Casual sex, and they put it here, okay, guys? Casual sex lead to a decrease in the neurochemical production and interferes with what is called parabonding. This happened mostly with women. Repeated sexual encounters with multiple partners rewires a female's brain, which can cause parabonding issues with children, future relationships, and husbands when they marry. Tyrus, you can go first. What are your thoughts on soul ties and parabonding?
So this gets back to the earlier conversation where we was talking about how women view attractiveness different than how guys are. And so this comes with, I guess, the body count thing. I've already read that study that you published, and for the most part, I agree with it being. The only thing I would put a caveat is we got to remember this is not going to account for things like religious affiliation. It's not going to account for things like prior trauma, to being an adult and marriage and stuff like that. So we just need to make sure that we take into account those sort of control mechanisms. But overall, I agree with the study being.
Absolutely. And so let's get Hink. What are your thoughts on soul ties and parabonding? Do you believe that exists? And also with the studies that they've done, how do you feel about that as well?
Yes. As far as the question, yes, I do believe that exists. Again, it's not good, especially for women. It's not good because these women hold this shit way longer than what men do. Men, it doesn't affect us as much mentally as it does women. It seems like to have a longer lasting effect on women, way longer than it does man. A man can knock a woman down and forget all about her. A woman it could be stuck in a woman's mind for the rest of the year. And the way she acts, the way she responds to certain things because of the individual she was sleeping around with, allowed to enter her. So, yeah.
Yeah, and when it comes to that, let me jump in there just one more time. When it comes to this, man, this is a serious conversation, guys, because there's a lot of women out here that thinks that they really think that they can just go out and just give it to everybody and there's no consequences to it. You know, if for religious people, if you go to church and you say, I can feel the Holy Spirit, or I can feel demonic presence in my wake, let's start there. And then you move on to something else and say, oh, when I get around people, I don't like their bad energy. This person has bad energy. I can feel bad energy. If you don't think bad energy and trauma can be, listen to me. When you have when a woman is carrying a child and goes through a traumatic experience or has gone through traumatic experience, it is scientifically proven that that trauma can pass on to that child. So if we know that that is the fact, how do we not know if you letting Pookie or Ray Ray have sex with you and he ejaculates in you, that you're not receiving and embracing and inhabiting that bad energy from him? How many women you knew that were smiley, kiki, hey, how you doing? And then they had a promiscuous life, and now you see them, it's fuck everything, fuck this nigga, fuck that. Right, because now you have inhabited that bad energy from all these sexual partners that's giving you all this bad energy. If you could pass it on to your child when you carry it, just imagine what a penis would do to you. The wrong penis would do to you. I mean, the wrong man, the wrong energy, the wrong vibe, everything. It is scientifically proven. Right? They're scientifically proven. They call it parabon. But biblically, it also talks about soul ties. You're tied to a person. And I always use the analogy when you're right, when a woman has sex with a man, like Hink said, I can go out here right now and see a girl in the corner. Bam! Get up, come back to the house, go to sleep. I don't even think about it. What was her name? Right? But a woman connects herself emotionally to a man. And so that's why, so that's why it's not good for women to be out here with this guy. That's why put this number out there, Tyrus, get your computer ready. That's why 75% of women, not just black women and as a whole, 75% of black women on some type of antidepressant or some type of mental illness medication. And the reason for that is because you think I don't need a man. Oh, I can go out here and be promiscuous. I can have sex with 100 men. I can have sex with this many men. I saw one girl, we did a show on a reaction a few weeks ago where the girl said, oh, I've had 10 men in me at one time, 12, 20. Y'all remember that reaction that night? Who was there? JT, you was there when we played the video. She said, I've had 10 men in me, 20, 12. She said, I just love a man's hands all over me. And they all be inside of me and going in and out of me. I love it. It makes me feel like I'm a queen. Man, when you get 40 and 50 and you start to settle, baby, it's going to be over. It's going to really affect you. It really is. So I don't want a long stroke, but let me
be careful with the mental health, BM, because we have to remember that men still lead all statistics in suicide.
They do. You're absolutely correct. Freezy, go ahead, brother.
We say like S word or something like that, you know.
Oh yeah. Say deletion, self-deletion.
Oh my bad, BM. Oh,
no, you good. Go ahead, no cap.
Hey, but let me correct you. That's going through with it. We don't lead in the attempt of it.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's a very serious issue, and Tyrus is right. It does connect with our conversation we had last night about body counts, just having body count by default, right?
Right.
And it's been scientifically proven that DNA, Y chromosome DNA is it sheds during sexual intercourse, in women, right? Even through sperm as well. I mean, how do we think that crimes are solved, when a woman gets sexually assaulted? I mean, they check for DNA. A man doesn't even have to ejaculate per se in a woman for law enforcement to dictate if this particular man assaulted this woman. So it's proven that DNA is passed on to women. Now, what it does to women, it could do a lot of things that can go undetected because women aren't even thinking like that, right? So women should take that serious. And this is, this translates to why women become less desirable the more body count they have. It's not just the thought of us visualizing you having sex with all these dudes. No, you have ties to these dudes. And let's not even go into if you get pregnant and have a baby and you become a baby's mother. Right? That's a whole nother issue. So, in the midst of this women liberation movement and feminism and all this kind of stuff, it's destroying women, especially Black women, right? Because they're the ones that's the most blinded. These feminists, they're still voting for people like Donald Trump. White women still have a sense of order in their community. They can fool all other races, but they still know who to vote for. They still know they don't want a woman president, right? They still know that. So it's just like
that's fucked up, though.
Yeah.
No cap, that's fucked up for them to say he an asshole, but I'm still ain't gonna vote for that bitch.
Right, exactly. So we have to get it together. This subject matter, what we're talking about, is a very serious subject, right? And I haven't even touched on the kids, but you did, Black man. That's a whole nother issue. I don't want to be long-winded, but somebody said this on a panel. It wasn't me, it was somebody else, but I always remember this. As a woman, how much do you really care about your child? You can tell how much a woman cares about her child depending on who she has sex. I think you did say it, JT.
I said it, and I got pushed back for 2 years.
But that was a true statement.
Right.
You know how much a woman cares about her child pertaining to who she has sex with, how selective she is. Now, if she's going out there just having sex and then she get pregnant, you ain't even thinking about your future kids that much. And this is the problem, right? And the first thing coming to your mind is Planned Parenthood.
Yep.
But I digress, man.
I'm gonna get Mr. Bennett in here next, but I want to add this before we move on. It says here, Tyrus and everybody on here, in that study, it shows here WKBW News, as well as let me go back to this, scientificamerican.com. They got a whole bunch of links here that's tied to this. It says here that let's see here. Yeah, 70% of women are on some type of psychiatric medication, right? It says 50 to 75%. Now, watch this. Between the ages of 18 and 39. Now, watch this. It says, furthermore, the ages, the 50% to 75% are more likely to experience side effects, which causes violence, depression. Why are they taking it? It causes, in some women, the side effects could cause more severe anxiety. It can cause anger, temper problems. It can cause more mental distress. Like, it's a whole list of things here. So these women, not only are they on antidepressants and psych medication, it's the damn medication driving them nuts. We got to get back to being. Yeah. We got to get back to being. Women got to get back to being women and stop trying to be something that you're not created to be. You're not created to compete with a man. You can't get in the ring with a beautiful animated. Can't get in the ring with no man on this panel and win. She'll be asleep.
So when everybody clicks on the study, what BM is saying is mostly correct, but I need to put context around there. When everybody clicks on the study, I want y'all to understand how studies work. Things called control groups. All right. With the medication, most of these women were already medicated prior to. And this gets back to the part where I talk about broken homes, because a lot of these women have already experienced sexual abuse as minors. So a lot of these women who are having these issues were already medicated prior to a past trauma. So we have to understand things like control groups, things that the studies can't control for, right? These are typically in a controlled environment. So, for example, one of the reasons why men also are more successful is because we use more violent means of suicide. Also, men traditionally
stop saying it.
Self-delete. Jesus Christ. Oh, I mean, JS.
Gotcha.
You good? Go ahead.
Anyway, so men typically, men typically don't go for mental health. It's still a taboo thing. Men still don't, or, it's really underreported. So we actually don't know the real rates of mental health within American men, which is why we have the higher rate of suicide, because we have a lot of unchecked trauma or trauma that has gone unnoticed. So we need to understand that a lot of these studies, let's make sure we put the context around it.
All right, now, Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts? Then Illuminated Revelation, come right in after Mr. Bennett.
I think there's something physiological about the pair bonding. I'm less convinced on the whole soul tie thing or the spiritual connection. To me, that's kind of tied to the soulmate kind of thing, which I don't believe in at all. But I remember there was my wife, her brother, he had leukemia, and he needed a blood transfusion through the spine. And so they were looking for like close relatives to be candidates for it. And my wife, she was certainly willing to do that, but she was disqualified from it because they said that, when they did, the fact that we had children by that time, I think we might have had our first or second baby by that time, like my baby's DNA and some of my DNA was kind of in her spinal cord. It's kind of like, if they want to get people as close as possible. So her other sister had to, be the one, because she wasn't married, she didn't have kids, so she was a better candidate. The fact that I were intimate and had children, that changed her literally her DNA in her spine was changed because of that. So I definitely think there's this thing of, even from a spiritual context, the two becoming one flesh. I do think there's something certainly tied to that. But as far as the emotional bonds or the spiritual bonds that that these soul ties are tied to, I'm not as convinced on that. But I do think there's something that does happen there, and and certainly I think the more partners you have over time. I'm even looking at the study that was in the link. It seems like really there's not a whole lot of change if you have a second partner. Like if you look at initially, it's like if you had no partners, like say your chances of lower. But once you get to 2, it almost kind of stabilizes out, and it actually dips between. So at 2 it gets high, then it drops between 3 and 9, and then it goes back up again after 10. So again, I'm not sure how those numbers are working, but that seems to be, you would think it would get higher the more partners you have. You would think it'd be a higher increase, but it doesn't until you get 10 plus that it gets seems to take an upward arc. So that's my 2 cents on it.
All right, now let me get Illuminated.
I'm glad.
I'm gonna get Illuminated in here first, and we come to you after Illuminated Revelation. Before he goes though, I had talked to my pastor about this. Let me tell you what he said. He said, when it comes to the soul ties, he said, we don't use those words anymore. He says, when you see a woman going crazy over a man, what do you say? I said, Pastor, I don't want to say that to you. He said, boy, say it. Here, we men. I said, she's digmatized. He said, that's a soul tie. He said, anytime you put your penis in a woman and you tell her you don't want her no more, and she cut your tires, bust your window out, become a demon, chasing you around, stalking you, showing up at your job, trying to fight you, trying to fight your mama, trying to fight your kids, become a woman she ain't never been before. He said, that's a spirit that you put on that woman that's making that woman behave in that manner. You digmatized. We call it today digmatized. But that's it. When you can change a woman, when you can change the way a woman behaves just because you had sex with her, when you could, and that's why the Bible says hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Because if you digmatize her, she coming. She cutting you, she beating you up, she looking for you, she stalking you, she coming for you. And so that's the way I look at it. But Illuminated Revelation, man, come on up the rear and let us know what you're thinking, brother.
Well, for me, it's a biblical concept. Paul stated in Corinthians that once a man joins himself into a harlot, the two become one flesh.
Oh, stop.
Then when you go
Stop.
back,
Define harlot. Stop. Hold on. We're gonna slow it down. Because I knew somebody, I thought Mr. Bennett was gonna do it, but you did it. What define harlot?
harlot is in today's terminology a hoe.
So the Bible says if a man sleeps with a hoe, him and that hoe become one.
Right. And then you go back to the Old Testament where it states that God said he will visit the sins upon the third and the fourth generation. So then you come into generational curses. So, you know, when I was brought up in ministry, we went through deliverance.
You sound like a preacher too.
Hey, real quick, hold on. I thought the New Testament made the Old Testament irrelevant.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
How you do that?
Hold on.
That's why it's a
I got
New
this,
Testament,
JT.
right?
Come on,
Because
I'm a heathen. I'm a heathen, and I know
If
that's not
that-
the case. Y'all.
If that was true, people wouldn't be reading both.
Yeah, let him finish. Go ahead, illuminate Revelation. We're not gonna interrupt you no more. Go ahead, brother.
Y'all do this to me every time.
I'm sorry, brother. Don't nobody interrupt me, Mr. Illuminated Revelation. Go ahead, Pastor.
But to Taru's point, to Taru's point, the old is the new concealed, the new is the old revealed. The Bible is just one complete letter. It was man that brought in the chapters, but we're not going to get into the biblical exegesis. But I'm going to go back to the deliverance portion. When we begin to talk about soul ties, especially sexual intercourse, in the Hebrew, it talks about Adam knew Eve and she conceived. That is the Hebrew word for intimacy as far as sexual relations. It breaks it down. If you look that up in the Strong's Concordance. So when we talk about pair bonding and soul ties, there's a message that when marriage is honorable and the bed undefiled, who are you bringing to your bed? Because if you've been out here sleeping with all these different partners and men, women, and now we have to define it as men and men and women, you're bringing those generational things that you're sleeping with, you're bringing that into your relationship. That is why it's hard for you to pair bond, because you have all these generational soul ties that you have tied yourself with this individual or individuals, because you don't know what's in their generation or in their background and stuff. Somebody is.
I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. But you don't know who's or what is in their family tree or their genealogy. So there is a spiritual aspect of it. Okay. And along with the physical. So it's more than just a sexual act. It is a spiritual bonding. That's why when we stand before God, he will say, where is your wife or where is your wives? Now, the argument I've had with on some of these panels is men were designed to have multiple wives or polygamy and stuff like that. That's something that if that's what you into, that's fine. But all I know is you are to have one wife,
Did King
husband.
David have a bunch of wives?
He did. That was back during the Old Testament.
But you just said that the Old Testament is the New Testament. I thought the New Testament.
Well, Tyrus, it was okay for a 23-year-old to marry a 14-year-old 60 years ago, but now it's illegal. Things change.
Right, but that wasn't written in the Bible, though, right?
No, but the Bible is evolution.
That's the whole point. He said one reveals the other.
The Bible is evolution as well. Jesus came, right?
Why are we speaking about Bible that he was just making a point?
Yeah, go ahead, Rev.
Because y'all keep making religious texts, and I'm really having a hard time following.
But Tyrus, we gotta let Illuminated Revelation finish his point.
Let him finish.
We gotta let him finish. Go ahead, Illuminated Revelation.
Jesus.
I'm coming up to Dallas. That's all I'm gonna say. And DL know what I'm talking about. I'm coming up to Dallas. DL, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But anyway, all I'm saying is when you do that, it brings into the marital relationships things that you don't understand. Let's look at it this way. Jesus said, it was written in old times, thou shalt not commit adultery. But he said, I say unto you, if you even look at beautifully animated and lust at your heart, you've committed the very act already. So now we're looking off into the visual. We always say men are visual, and we have to look at that. So my point is, I believe in the pair bonding. I believe in soul ties, but people have to understand it goes way deeper than what we have time on this panel. And I don't want to be long-winded. I got to land this plane, but it goes much deeper. Do your due diligence and do your research on soul ties and what it consists of and the name of the spirits. I can go into my bag right now and start and show you The Devilish Side of Sex by Win Worley, and I can name all well, here's one, incubus and succubus.
Right.
Boom. So we can just leave it at that, but I'll let you go ahead on, Black Man.
Just before he goes on, because I think a lot of this conversation tonight was steered towards the women's side of things, and the fact that he had said that this idea of bonding, if you believe it, like I said, I'm not as hard, certainly not on the soul ties as he is. But regardless, though, he's saying that the two are together. So we haven't talked about this idea of men also having this bonding. It's always like women are subject to it, but somehow men aren't. At least that's the general vibe I've gotten tonight. And Illuminated has said, like, look, this is supposed to be one-to-one. And we do hear a lot of times in these spaces that men are supposed to, or we're wired to have multiple women or what have you. So I just don't want to let that point get passed, because we do hear that a lot, that, certainly men certainly are capable of this kind of, bonding or tying, however you want to call it. But it seems like we've been doing a lot of focus on the women tonight. So I just want to illuminate.
I agree.
You're correct, Mr. Bennett. Matter of fact, it's we have this misconception as to where, like, to Black Man's earlier point, that he could go out, and not saying that he does that, go out, do something, and then come back and have no feelings for it, but he still joined himself to it. So he is tied to that individual also. So I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Ben. I appreciate that, because it's both men and women.
Right. And I think when men do it, I think men are not as connected emotionally to it than women are. I think women get connected emotionally. Now, you do have some men, you have some men out here, guys, that will go busting out women cars, chasing them, stalking them. You got them.
Murder, suicide.
You got them. And when they do it,
the F word,
bro, you gotta say self deletion, man.
I looked up the YouTube guidelines. You can say that in.
No, it's not your channel.
No, okay? but Sherelle, they'll do that to you. They send. No, they'll do that.
I got it. So listen, guys. What I'm saying is, let's get back on point. That when it comes to this soul ties, and I've read studies. I don't know, Tyrus, I don't know if you read it. It gets so bad though. And the reason that I said about the women, like I said again, we do it and we're judged on it when we get to a place of judgment. Women do it and it sticks with them, and it's so bad, Mr. Bennett, that same study, if you go down a little bit further, it shows how it affects women parabonding with their own children. How their DNA is so bad, their DNA is so affected by so many sexual partners that their child doesn't even recognize them to latch on them during breastfeeding. Right? The calming spirit and aura that they would give their child, they can't give them that. Like some of the children reject their moms because of this thing. And I had this conversation with my mom. It didn't go well, but I had this conversation with my mom, and she was like, well, I don't believe that a woman having all those sexual partners will affect her if she is a believer. I said, Mama, stop it. I said, all of us are believers, but we still can go to hell. I can still be down there saying, thank you, Jesus. Ouch, it's hot down here. It doesn't matter. You can still be a believer and burn. What I'm saying to you is that that it really does affect women tremendously, because women are not even set up that way. I can go and have sex 365 days a year and not have nothing stop me. Women have to stop for a week for period. They have to stop for migraines. They have to stop for the pre-cramps before their period comes on. They have all these different things that happen within their body that they can't go like a man. You can't be out here you can't. It's just impossible. And for women to go out here and do that, you have an open wound that you're opening to all these men, and they're just bang.
Can I ask a question?
Bang, and it just making it. Go ahead, brother, and then we're gonna close out for the tonight. But go ahead.
This is for the men, because we got a couple of men that's kind of young. I mean, that's kind of old up in here.
I got you.
But let me ask you: have you guys ever had a conversation with a whore?
Yes.
Prostitute?
Yes.
A very promiscuous.
Talking about the last 15 minutes, or you talking about in my life? Because I was just on the phone before I jumped on this. You know what I'm saying? I was just on the phone.
I'm just saying, and you can tell the
DL, behave yourself, man.
You can tell the difference when it comes down to their conversation.
And sex.
You can see their mannerism. It's a different type of mannerism. If you've ever seen someone that was highly promiscuous, a woman that's highly promiscuous, she's crazy as fuck. She can't keep a conversation. She can't have an intelligent conversation. Now she can be honest though. If you got, I done seen some of them women that are seasoned, but they will tell you, they would cry at the drop of a dime. You'll think that it's bipolar or schizophrenia or something like that. No, it's because they have a hard life, because this is what they do. They will sit back and trade energy with all these different men, receive all of this nasty ass shit. If you ever seen, I'm talking about a real hoe, she'll tell you so much honesty where it'll make your stomach turn. How many, they're kind of like open books. How many venereal diseases they have. How many guys they slept with. They always got a story about the last dude that they was with.
Right.
They always got a story, and they're still connected to that story. You ever dated a woman and she was talking about her ex, but she was talking about her ex as if they're still together?
Still together.
That's because
this is how all these things happen.
She's bound.
Yeah.
That's what she's bound to him.
You've ever been with a woman? You've ever been with a woman that was with you, and the woman sit back and said, "I'm not fucking around with y'all no more. Y'all, I've been hurt too many goddamn times. I've been put on this and that, and I'll be damned if I let you do it too." They telling on themselves. We see it. We just ignore all the goddamn signs.
And even in the adult industry, those women. Have you ever heard those stories? Those women, they got a documentary. I watch everything.
Suicide. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry. Y'all was talking about him.
Yeah, the women that do adult films, they say that when I'm having sex with a man, I don't care how big his penis is, small, medium, it doesn't matter. I've had sex with so many men. When she said, when we go in there and you hear all that moaning and screaming, she said, that's for the cameras. We're numb to it. We don't feel that shit. It's not even good to us anymore.
It's a done deal.
Yeah, we just don't feel
but
it. It's
you know what?
there. And I'm like, oh my God.
You can tell. You can tell it's fake.
But I've also heard that a lot of those women go on to be soccer moms and married and all that afterwards. It's not a death.
Marrying these? Oh,
I don't know, but so a lot of them are. KS makes
you
that point all the
talk
time.
about porn stars?
Yeah, who married?
No, they done, man. Most of them porn stars are done.
You don't think none of those are capable?
The majority of them are out of there.
I would say they have documentaries called Life After Porn. You should watch it. It's terrible.
It's terrible.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
Jacked up.
You know what? It's even, but let me flip it. It's even worse for the men.
Yeah,
it's even worse for the men, because guess what? We end up getting caught up in that lifestyle ourselves if we let go. It's not affecting us like it affects the women, but it affects us. Absolutely affects us.
But
but talk that truth is right though.
Yeah,
talk that truth is right though.
Yeah, he said how
many of them are getting married, but they can't stay married.
Right, exactly.
I'm sorry about
getting married and staying married is two different things.
I didn't see that pop up on the panel.
And you know what, Tyrus? And everybody on the panel, Most of these women out here that are very promiscuous have, you know why those divorces are high like that? We just read the study and it says those divorces are high because those women are used to a variety of energy. They're not used to being with one person, and they can't. They'll come and they'll sustain. Like, okay, let me give you an example because I know all you guys are Marvel fans. Some of you may be. You remember when Wesley Snipes played Blade? He put in the serum to keep him from feeding on blood. But it got to a point that he got his most strength when he did what was natural to him.
Yep.
And when he got that blood, he was stronger, more faster. The serum suppressed who he was, but the blood made him who he was. That's what's happening. That's what happened to a lot of women that have a lot of bodies. You try to suppress it by getting married. Girl, I got a husband now. I don't do that no more. Then all of a sudden you see a dude you like at work. Oh, girl, I can't. Oh, I'm gonna resist him.
45%.
Right.
45%.
That black man is when you start getting off into the spirit of lust. Mm-hmm. And that's what happens when you start counting bodies. We use all these scientific and modern terms, right? But I'm just going to keep it 100. It's the spirit of lust. And it's something that these women, to JT's point, they'll be fine. Then all of a sudden they'll have this urge. For some reason, they just got to get out there. And that's why I say to Mr. Bennett point, I understand you may not, and this is no slight on you, but brother, it goes so deep. When you get off into deliverance ministry and the brothers like John Eckhart, Win Worley, Ivy Hopkins, and all those brothers that taught me, it gets so deep. And it's almost like you have to go through a cleansing. So it gets to the point where, yes, she's married, but at the same time, she hasn't gotten cleansed from all those past, bodies that she has, and she's taken those into the bedroom. And then all of a sudden, JT, when she's married, she start wanting to flip him and do it. She's like, where you getting all this from? Why are you doing all this? So it gets
revelation. Let me tell you something right before you go, Mr. Bear.
The hell out you, won't it?
Man, let me tell you something, man. I got a pastor watching right now that just DM'd me. He said, don't say my name. He said, I'll try to come on your show one day, but for tonight, just keep it on the comment. I don't want anybody to focus on me. This is what he just said. He said, if I'm going to keep it real, let's keep it street tonight for everybody to understand so we can relate to everybody. This is what he said. He said, you're supposed to be married before you have sex, correct? ? He said, ask them that. Okay. We can all agree that biblically it says to be married first. He says, if you're not married and you're out having sex before you get married, he said, for men, the first woman you ejaculate in, and the first woman that receives that ejaculation, and you're not married, you're bonded to that woman for life.
I don't even remember that fucking girl's name. What,
bro?
What,
bro? Hey, what? Hold on. But that's what he did. I want to get everybody.
That don't make no sense.
I'm gonna get everybody's opinion. But I know one thing, Tyrus. If I seen the first girl that I banged up, I'm gonna feel some type of attachment. I ain't gonna listen to me now, because she dead now. She dead. Mine was a little older. She was in her 40s. She dead now. She dead.
But don't speak on the dead now, boy. Don't speak on the dead.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go hug her grave one day. She did. But listen, so when it came to that, I'm just joking. But when it comes to that, I think that that may have some truth in it. But we got some.
Oh, he's speaking.
Man,
facts.
We got some super
that
chat.
brother is speaking facts.
Can I add this too? Just because you don't know what's happening to you, don't mean it's not happening.
Exactly. That's why we go to
just
the doctor.
Because you're not conscious of it doesn't mean that it's not happening.
Rubbing the manosphere the wrong way.
Now, JT, watch this, JT.
Watch it, Mr. Bennett.
That's why some people go to the
wrong way.
That's why some people jog every day.
He's gonna drop you.
Right. That's why some people jog every day and they work out every day and they do all the things that they're supposed to do and go to the doctor and say you have stage 4.
Yeah.
You walking around with it for weeks. Look at Chadwick Boseman.
I don't even remember
He did. How many movies he did? 12, 13 of them before he passed. I mean, you know, so you'll be walking around with something and not even know it's happening to you. But anyway, we got DL Saint with a $10 super chat. He said, "You know who I want to hear, BMU." Absolutely correct. Well, then we also have Clement Gray with another $2 super chat. He says it's called Spirit Spouses as well. All right, we're going to hop into that once we get through the super chat. I know what my boy DL wants. Let me go ahead and give him white chocolate.
I got a red room, it's the red dawn when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my island. It feels like I'm inside a flower. Yeah.
I want to laugh, bro. Where do you got these talented ass people, bro? BM, you always find some like talent just all the time.
That boy, hey, listen here. That young boy going around at every high school daggone talent show and cleaning up.
Cleaning them up.
He cleaning up.
Cleaning them up.
Cleaning
Hang
up,
on, Black
boy.
Man. I had a question for you though.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Going to that last point you were making. So we started out the show talking about the amount of men who are in sexless marriages.
Yes, sir.
It's over 70% or what have you. Do you think that is more or less likely due to the women having previous sexual partners? Is it less likely, or do you think that it doesn't matter that whether you come in as a virgin or if you've had multiple or whatever, that at some point a man is more than likely to go through it at some point within the marriage itself? Based on this recent conversation we've been having.
Right. Well, looking at the statistics, so we had to look at that first because I know Tyru's going to hold our feet to the fire. Looking at the statistics when it comes to that, you know, it says 13 to 15% of women that are virgins go through that scenario. However, the reason that I feel like it could be a large percentage of that number could be women who desire to have something else. I was on Security Boss show yesterday. Guys, if you go and subscribe to her after the show tonight, Security Boss me and her had a great show yesterday. I co-host with her every Monday, 6:30 Central Standard Time if you guys want to come over. However, she pulled up a young lady that was in a marriage with her husband and they were in a sexless marriage. And she played the video of this girl during the interview. She did an interview. And she said, my husband and I, we're not having sex. She said, but her and her husband went to Jamaica together on a trip to bring their marriage back together. And she said while she was there, she met a man. And while she was there, when she met that man, she said that man opened her eyes to a lot of things that made her not even want to be with her husband. And she said she had sex with this man in Jamaica. Didn't know him, didn't know his middle name, last name, other. And she said when she had sex with that man, it opened her eyes. She told her husband she didn't want to be with him no more. It was over. Because she said the sex, she said, oh, he smelled good, he tastes good, he wasn't salty when I licked on him. You know, he was just a sexy man. Oh, he just did some things to me. On the trip with her husband, she's in the bathroom having sex with a man while her husband is at the table or at the room waiting on her to come back.
Husband don't mean shit if she don't look at you as it.
Right. And so I think a large majority of those women do want some variety. They do want something different. They're tired of having sex with the same man. When a woman is now you do have some women that were very promiscuous. They can't get it out of their head. They can't fathom the fact that I'm going to be with one penis for the rest of my life when I've had sex with 53 men.
But this is the deal. This is the deal, Black Man. Women are funny creatures, right? Women want men who other women want.
Right.
So that doesn't stop because they got married.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're married to your wife and she knows other women are attracted to you, when you walk out, when y'all go out to eat and you get stares and stuff, your wife is going to keep zeroing in on you, seeing how you move. She's gonna try harder to protect that, right? But if a man lets himself go and she feels like, oh, women don't want him, you know what I'm saying? He's not, like, he doesn't get any looks, he doesn't get any stare, whatever. That woman is gonna come, she's gonna become complacent. She's gonna get into that zone where she feels like, well, I ain't got nothing to worry about. I ain't got to stay on my P's and Q's, stay on my toes, because it's not like I got a lot of competition. You know what I'm saying? So women want men who other women want, and that doesn't stop.
So then, Brother Freezy, so then wouldn't that then counter what we've been talking about in this segment, this whole idea of pair bonding or soul soul pairing, or the terms
soul ties.
Soul ties. So you're basically saying that even if you have those, if you're a virgin, you got with the guy, whatever, that doesn't necessarily immunize you from still wanting, slacking off or having a wandering eye or whatever. So what are we talking about then? If
she's
a virgin,
and let me jump in there when you get a chance.
Yeah,
when you get a chance, let me jump in there.
Yeah, I look lesser on the virgins though, because if you're a virgin, you never had that stroke game before. That man didn't train you on his penis. He didn't curve that pussy to him. So then at that point, she don't know how anything else would feel. She don't miss no penis.
But if she's attracted, but there's other things, again, women are oftentimes attracted to other things. Again, money, power, influence, charisma, those sort of things.
Right.
Those things can still affect her, even though she may not be sexually experienced. Those are still things that can be attractive to her.
Right.
Well,
and you know what, Mr. Bennett? I'm gonna say this and I'm done. Mr. Bennett, you just made me think about something that I heard today. I heard the Ratchet talking today, and I just listened to the Ratchet. and the Ratchet was saying there was a woman who was about 300 pounds. This for you, Dusto. She was about 300 pounds. They say this woman for 2.5 years worked her ass off and got down to damn near 150. 150, 155. She had a lot of flab meat left over. She went and got all that surgically removed. And you see pictures of her, she fine as hell. Her husband paid for her to have the surgery because he was fit. He paid for her to have the surgery. She started looking good. They started going, taking pictures. And guess what? Her DM started dinging. Ding, ding, ding. Guess what she did? She left her husband because she felt like she could do better. So she wanted to be single to see what else she could attract.
That wall waiting for you, baby. That wall waiting for you. That was the wrong move.
Let me know when I can jump in, Black man. Let me know when I can jump in.
Women get unsolicited dick pics all the time from dudes.
Yep, go ahead, DL. Goddamn.
In fact, and you're right, Charles. It's facts. It's facts though. But here's the thing: to what Brother Bennett was saying, I think it boils down to the reason why that woman got married in the first place. To answer your question, you know what I mean? If say a person, man or woman, you know what I mean, especially today's world, if they have the person that they actually want, like, this is who I want, this is the guy. Now, even if they have, let's say she was out there she got bodies, but in the closet where they belong, nobody know about it. If she has a man that she loves, admires, and respects, and follows, right, that's her leader, it's gonna be real hard to get that woman to talk to another man. Real difficult. Now, when you talk about virgins and stuff like that, I would say it'd be even harder for them still.
I only brought that up again in relation to the topic of the soul ties and pair bonding. If we're saying that is a biological and metaphysical reality that is inescapable, then why then would she even be regardless of why she got married or what have you, why would those be barriers? Because initially I thought the second part of this conversation was that those things are so strong that a woman will never be complete or never feel fulfilled with anyone else or what have you. So it seems like one is countering the other here.
Yeah,
we're saying that I don't think I do whatever she wants, regardless of these things that we're talking about here.
It's a possibility. I'm just saying, like, just speaking in generalities, like you're gonna always have these other things, but in general,
you go with
right? As a dude who's been out there, right? As a guy who's been in the trenches a long time,
Heathen.
Right? There's a lot of married women out there
You miss it too.
that's doing their thing. Now, there are also, I would say there are more married women out there. I'm talking about the women close to the 1%, you know what I mean? The women that have the men that they really, truly love. First of all, they ain't out there. And if on a rare occasion, just you catch them out there, one of their 3 or 4 friends done drug them out there. And they ain't on the scene long as they leave. Why? Because they don't want anything to do with that environment. Right. So I would say that most women who are really happy with their situation, they're not going to go out there. So like the example of the going down to Jamaican or a sexless marriage. Right. And that's what I was really wanted to talk about was the sexless marriage thing. If a woman is with you and she don't want to sleep with you, your situation is toast. So and I see somebody put in the chat that, you know, these sexless marriages, these are simps. And it goes back to, why did the woman get married in the first place? She didn't love the guy. She wasn't into the guy like that. She got married for the wedding. If that's the case, she got married for the security. If that's the case, she got married because the dude stepped up. She wanted a stepdaddy to help her with her babies from all these other different men that she really want.
Remember what I said, DL? They were taking all those things are a representation of the serum to suppress who you really are.
Yeah, and it's on the guy who
when she get that real blood, she gone.
But I still don't want to
Hey, y'all forgot
one. I'm still not getting an answer to my. I'm still not getting an answer to my
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Again, the way you guys were going hard on, like I said, I wasn't as familiar with it. The way you guys were going hard on this pair bonding thing, or soul tie thing.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that be, to your point, using, if you want to use the example, the serum,
right?
That's supposed to eliminate these extra desires, these wandering eyes, this desire for something else, or to, you know, women be. My wife and I had this conversation tonight. How women say, "Oh, I outgrew him." All those things that we're saying aren't those bonds, if they're so strong and so powerful and influential? Shouldn't that be the antidote to any of these other things that are going on, if in fact that is taking place?
No, you know why? Because half of the women that are married were very promiscuous in their lives. The average girl right now that is having sex has started having sex at 13.
But you're saying though those women are not pair bonded. I'm saying if a woman truly is pair bonded, and if we're saying that pair bonding happens with the first person she has sex with, then should any of those other factors come into play? And we're not talking about the ones who were promiscuous. I'm talking about, you know, if you're a virgin from jump, you have, you know, you get all of that.
Hold on, Jesse. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna use it in the terms of marijuana. I don't smoke.
Right. I do.
But when it comes to marijuana, everybody knows what that first high feels like. And some people continue to smoke weed chasing that first high. When these women go out here and get pair bond with these men and they get that first high and they bond to that man, and that man don't want them no more, and that man removes himself from her life, she's stir crazy. I gotta find that. I gotta get that next high. I gotta get that next high. So then she end up with Illuminated Revelation. Then she end up with Tyru. Then she end up with DLC. Then she over there with Hink. Then she get Mr. Bennett. Then she, you know what I'm saying? Then she'll get tired of us and go to Alexis from Texas. Then she'll go to Beautiful Animated. That's what we.
But that's not the example I'm saying. I'm saying perfect scenario. She gets mad. She hits the eye. She never leaves it. The guy never leaves her. They're together. Will, you know, again, should that mitigate her ever having a wandering eye and wanting to get out of the relationship?
I understand what Mr. Bennett is saying.
The answer would be yes. The answer would be yes, but on a balance of probabilities,
right?
Not on the balance of absolutes.
Right. Okay. Go ahead.
Probabilities. That's where it comes down to. So if we're talking about that, no, nothing is absolute.
But we're saying these rates are high. We're saying the divorce rate is 80% or 80% of divorces.
Yeah, and most of these women be lying too. They be lying their ass off. They talk about they virgins and shit. They done had 30,000 dicks. So
I won't push the point anymore. I'm blaming
the DNA transfer and spiritual transfer. Just because you have a woman can have sex with a man who she's not even physically attracted to. Women do it all the time. They have sex with men they're not even attracted to. It's just a lot of times women use sex just for validation.
Right?
Wait, am I the only one who's ever jumped on a grenade for the homeboys?
No.
Yeah, you are.
I beg some women that I'm not attracted to.
So,
just
so
for the
Mr. Hold on,
homeboys.
Mr. Bennett.
Can I please put this out there? This caveat out there.
Yeah.
I just want to say
You got to
this.
still remember that women that date and marry from what? We do it idealistically. They do it. Somebody.
Yeah, you're saying opportunistically. You're saying opportunistically, but
DL Saint said that. Yeah.
But Tyrus missed the point. Yeah, men do take one for the team all the time, but we know we're gonna get a nut. We
ain't taking one for the team. We smooth them niggas on that shit. We taking one for us.
That's what taking one for the team means, JT.
I'm just saying,
no, we taking one for us. We gotta get one off.
What I'm saying is, even if we do, we're still going to be satisfied. Most women don't even have orgasms.
Right.
They're just doing it for
you mean it from that
validation.
standpoint, Cap. Okay, Freezy.
Yeah. They're just doing it for validation, from a validation standpoint. But
we haven't even now. Okay, so Freeze, you just brought that up. Now again, going back to the sexless thing.
I was going to get that to your point.
Going to the sexless thing, or is it simply that we're not doing our job or whatever to satisfy them, and is that ultimately leading to it as well? So, what is? So I'm hearing about pair bonding. I'm hearing about sexless. I'm hearing about whatever.
Okay.
You know.
I'm gonna give you me. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think that men are picking wrong, and these are whores. I think these women are whores. I think the women that you marry them and you be with them, and they choose to be with somebody else. If a woman ain't having sex with you for 3, if a woman ain't having sex, I know, Illuminated. I'm gonna be the devil on your shoulder tonight. The woman that's sitting up in the house, they're not having sex with her husband 2, 3, 4 months. She's fucking someone else. It ain't no mental block.
I want to hear from the lady.
She a hoe. She a hoe.
Oh my god.
Hey, real quick, brother Black Man, brother Black Man, drop me down so Queen Smiley wants to get in on this. Drop me down so she can jump in.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Come on in, Queen. I see she got the link. When she come in, I'll drop you. But yeah,
you out there? You out for the night?
I'll be in the back. I just want Queen. We need more women on these platforms because we're speaking for women. I want to hear their perspective.
I agree with that. I'll step off too if you need me to. But
now listen.
Well, you got two. You got two.
We want more. We want more. We've been hearing y'all, but we want more.
Mr. Bennett.
No, you haven't.
Mr. Bennett made a great point a few minutes ago. I had to go research it. Oh my God. Remember when you said your wife couldn't do that procedure because of you being in her DNA? They said that the natural sperm of a man after ejaculation stays in a woman 5 to 7 days, but it can stay in her organs up to 4 years. So that means if this woman had sex in 2000 and she met her husband in 2003 and she was having sex with all these men, you're in there sucking, licking, and banging up a whole nother DNA of another nigga. This, Mr. Bennett, you did this. You started this. 4 years, guys. It can stay in her organs for 4 years.
So what does that say about the dudes who keep smashing?
Oh, you get married.
This gets to the point where I'm having a hard time because once again, this is another panel that just focuses on everything that women are doing. And as a guy who's married, I'm more focused on guys, like leadership. We're leaders, right? So I'm focusing on what guys are and aren't doing. And I don't hear a whole lot of critique of our fellow men keep falling for the fucking trap.
Hold on.
Hey, I agree with you. I mean, that's why me and Illuminated we're talking.
Why don't we ever want to have this? We keep calling women all kind of whores. What about the dudes that what about the dudes that stick their dick in that? What about the dudes that create these broken homes?
Hold on, that's not true, Tyrus.
Oh, but we're not leaders, right?
Tyrus,
I thought we were leaders.
Tyrus, that's not true.
You're not no beef with me.
Tyrus, that's not true. Because the other night I had a whole show. Hold on, Tyrus, that's not true. The other night I had a whole show, and what did I say? I say, don't fall for the trick, men. Be responsible with your dick. We had a whole show about it the other night.
You finally said that after how long we've been on this panel today?
No. But what I have no, that's not it, because I have videos of me doing interviews with my sons talking about these things and what not to do with women and how to treat women and not have to be out here having sex with everything moving. I've had these conversations over and over again. Men need to be responsible. Men need to look at themselves like kings. And if you go out here and you ejaculate in a booger wolf, and you get her pregnant, that's your fault. You are responsible for the ugly ass female and the ugly ass baby. And if you take one for the team, now you're not having sex with the star of the team. You're having sex with the water girl. And now you got to deal with the water girl and Bobby Boucher because you didn't know how to keep your dick in your pants.
Yeah, but that's what condoms are for, right?
Fuck condoms. I told my son, you want to have sex, come to me, I'll get you some Jergens. I don't want my son having sex unless he's having sex with the woman that he's going, because if he make a mistake and say, oops, the condom broke, you did it to your wife. But I don't want my son coming to me saying, Daddy, I got a girl pregnant. I don't love her. It was just a one-night thing. Me and her had sex. And now you got to deal with this prison sentence with this woman for 18 years, 23 years, if the little bastard goes to college. So yes, I'm telling you, we need to, even Security Boss gave me my shout out yesterday for calling out the men. The men are responsible. Yes, keep your dick. Don't fall for the trick. Hide your dick. Put it up. Don't be like us. We were whores.
I'm stuck in like
were
an old
whores.
school sex education where they tell you don't have sex or your dick's gonna fall off.
No,
you know what I mean? Like this is kind of like this is like the worst sex ed conversation ever.
No, let me tell you what it can do. If you go out there, and I tell a lot of these young dudes, pussy get you killed.
Yes.
Pussy get you killed. Yeah. You know the majority of goddamn fatalities in the hood
over a female.
It has something to do with pussy.
But JT, dudes want all this body count, yet they want the body count with nothing but virgins. But then they want the body count with.
Yeah, who you talking to? Don't nobody care nothing about no virgins in this time.
Well,
they don't care anything about virgins.
If all the women are closing their legs.
Listen,
we're just gonna have more. We're gonna have more
because men are. Let me tell you something, men. Let's be 100. Let's be 100 with this. We are very contradictory when it comes down to this type of shit. Men will fuck whores, but don't want their daughters to be whores. How about that? You will fuck a whore, but you don't want your daughter to be the bitch that you fuck. This how really contradictory it is. Some of these dudes would marry that woman or have a baby by her.
And JT, that's what I'm saying. And I even told my son I got drugged by my family. Shout out to my family. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, fuck you. But I just want to say this. You know, I got drugged by my family. My family said this to me.
I didn't see that one coming.
Because I told my son this. I said, son, in the world we live in today, they don't make the baby mamas like they do back in the day when a man spoke up and said, okay, I'll take care of this woman and her kid by another dude because the woman respected you. But the women that's created today, these booger wolves, no. I told my son, do not date her if she's a single mother. Do not date her.
So booger wolf is fine, but suicide is a matter.
No, dude, listen to it. We're gonna stay on one train track here. We're not trying to derail and blow a whole town up. Listen,
you just doing that shit on purpose now.
What I'm saying is this.
No,
bro.
not. I'm doing it to make a point.
No, I'm making a point. I'm telling my son.
You ain't making no goddamn point.
But dude, I'm telling my son, no single women, no single moms, no single moms. No, don't be with no woman that's got no attitude. Make sure you go on 3 dates with her. See how she treat her people. See how she treat people at the restaurant. See how she treats you when she get upset. When somebody spills something on her, if she gonna get an attitude, start cussing people out. Get to know this woman before you dickmatize her. Because if you give her the dick and she throw that ass back like a natural woman and throw that ass back on your ass and cloud your mind, you will never see her for the trash she really is. You need to know what the trash look like before you take it out, brother. Don't be, I'm teaching my sons, bro. I'm praying, hell, Lord, right now in the name of Jesus, please cover my son from being out here with these damn trash ass females.
But black man, you know something? We say these things, and Tyrus is talking about holding men accountable and all that. The streets, the world's gonna hold your son accountable. The world holds the men accountable every day.
Every day.
If you don't act right, they will lock your ass up. if you disrespectful or any type of matter, you will get a charge.
Or dead.
You get locked up, killed.
Or dead.
Yes. Let you get out of line as a man.
What you say, boy?
They will deal with you. Will get dealt with either your parents, your father, an uncle, a family member, or the streets.
Yeah, that's funny. The stats don't play that out.
Nah,
Suicide
does.
rates are up.
It does.
Violence are up. Homicides are up.
Even if violence is up amongst women.
Tyrus, I know what it is,
They should
Tyrus.
know that,
You
brother.
haven't got your nigga wake up call. And listen, when you get it, I hope I'm there to protect you.
He's a mutt. He don't
Because
have
them
no idea.
nigga wake up calls are motherfucker. I mean,
You just called me a mutt, Pink. Oh, you little salty ass.
you know,
Mexican
but
dude.
okay, hold on, guys. We got Queen Smiley in the building tonight. This is a great conversation, guys. I just want to say this before Queen Smiley speaks. We can't help the generation above us, but we can reach a hand down to the ones that's behind us, and we got to tell them, hey, listen, son, I know we can't act like we're angelic and say, oh, we ain't never done that. I didn't do that when I was your age. No, son, I was fucking. I told my son, at your age, I was bucking them down. Right? I had a 49-year-old woman throwing that thing back on me, just like I felt like I was in heaven. Son, this is what I did. I don't want you to make the same mistakes daddy made. I don't want you to be in a position where you out there getting ass thrown on you and you can't control yourself to the point you bust a good one and you got to deal with the consequences. When your dick start leaking out pus and it swell up and your nuts.
I wasn't ready for that.
Stomach.
Just wear a condom, guys, and you'll save yourself.
No, listen, but them condoms ain't always safe. Damn them condoms.
It's a lot better than going in raw.
They're going back to lambskins again.
Hell no. I used to call out Trojan man until one of them motherfuckers broke on me. I said, God damn, they ain't real.
The M, the Y, the J, the I.
Yeah, come on, they not real. I said, broke on me.
The magnificent. The magnificent.
Go ahead, Queen Smiley. Talk your talk.
I don't know where to start. I've been over here playing double dutch with my phone. You know, since the start of the conversation, I'm like, oh, I almost want to get in, but I got deadlines I'm trying to meet. So if y'all see me looking off on work, I'm like, oh, that's crazy. You know. So y'all been wild. So shout out to everybody on the panel. Good evening or good night now. To the kings and queens. Great conversation. The whole pair bonding or whatever the case may be, I'm like Tyrus and Mr. Bennett. It was that was an unfamiliar term for me joining these YouTube streets. You know, that's a new thing. And then the wall, that's a new thing that I've heard here being on YouTube. I've heard of a glass ceiling, and I commented that when the show first started, and then I started, I got a little busy. But the glass ceiling was more so in regards to career, right? So as women were climbing the career ladder, they would reach a glass ceiling where they couldn't elevate beyond certain positions or certain salaries. But the wall is metaphorical, and I think y'all have already determined that. And so it's not totally biological, and it's more so a combination of that and psychological. When individuals reach a point in their lives where they have nowhere else to go. Women do it, like y'all said earlier, and men do it alike. Women do it where they make it to the point where they can't have any children. They're not looking seductive, I would say. And then men also reach it, bald, fat, and you need the blue pill to keep yourself going. Don't nobody want that. Because you done been down here. Hold on, black man.
Disagree with you on that one.
Hold on, black man. It works. Okay, I'm not saying that don't work.
I'm saying them big niggas be pulling them now. Them big niggas be pulling them now. I'm telling you.
You look. Guess what? Fat bitch is married.
Yeah.
Let's argue. Let's argue.
We can argue.
They married and I'm not.
Hold on. We can argue that, but how many of them going to Christmas parties?
Guess what? I see them big heifers there all the time. It's the circles you choose to run in. If your circle that small where y'all don't see these things, baby, guess what? Okay, but
hey, Queenie, thanks for reminding me about the glass ceiling. By the way, that's dope. I forgot about the career thing.
So men, again, like I was saying, they reach that point too. When you get to the point where you fat, out of shape, all you do is sit on the couch, flip channels, and ask for somebody to pass you something. And then when somebody get the business, you ain't lasting but a hot 15 minutes. And of course, we already know physically women, we reach our prime at a certain age, and it's sometimes later in life we get a little heightened. Okay. And we be needing y'all at that time. And at that time, y'all have reached some capacities. Then, of course, the blue pill get, and then, you back. Okay. So everybody reaches a metaphorical wall at some point in life. Right or wrong? Illumination looking at me like, shoot, we look high.
hurt
It
their
don't happen
feelings
over here.
with that
That's not
pill
the issue,
comment.
though.
You
The
done hurt their
issue
feelings
is,
now.
but this is the thing. That's not the issue. The issue is this: while you're still fairly young, right? You're in a different level in life. You should
Both
be
men and
able.
women should be.
But we're not together. First and foremost, that's why women will. That's why they would date and marry. It's more feasible for them to date and marry men that are older than them.
Exactly.
Because the man that's the same age as them, typically, he don't have no money or none of that
And
shit.
here's the crazy part today. The crazy part in this dating pool now, because we're talking about a lot of the perspectives of coming from past, right? Y'all experience in the past, the dating pool now, even the men who are older, because me personally, I've always dated older men. I've always been a bit mature for my age. So can't nobody even connect with me intellectually, sometimes. And even when I was younger, so I'm like, yeah, I gotta, go a little older, right? And so even now in the dating pool, those men are trash.
Right. So
That's
this is the thing. But women, this is the thing. Women are taking those trash ass men and they're painting a big ass broad brush around all the men. When men,
same thing men are doing.
Well, this is the thing. A lot of men aren't. They tapped out. This is why you have movements like MGTOW. This is why you have movements like all these other damn movements that saying, no, we're not fucking around with y'all. You got the what's them dudes that be getting passports and going over there and they still fail. It's a failure, but they're still saying that we got to do something different, right? This is where it comes down to the point of us understanding ourselves first and then understanding the other people. This conversation really is not for people that's our age. Now, if you're in your 30s, if you're like 30, 35 and younger, this conversation actually is for you. It ain't for the ones that's our age. We are the ones that should be telling them, listen, A, B, and C hit the wall. Even when, like with men, we already talked about when men hit the wall, we die. The wall is there. We gone. Because our wall is, did we build something for ourselves? Do we got life insurance? Y'all see my TikTok video? When you vet you ask them all those questions and all of that. If you don't know, when it comes down to a man, we ain't got no life insurance. We can't bury ourselves. We can't take care of you. Our kids, we can't take care of them. We can't take. That's when our wall hit. Our wall hit is when we can't do shit for nobody, including our goddamn selves. And now our ass is downtown in somebody's homeless shelter eating soup. That's our haul, right? And then we die because we froze to death in Detroit.
Or for men at all.
But
shit.
Again, the wall itself is metaphorical, and I think as individuals,
the most though. Who does it affect the most is my question. Because like you just said, Idris Elba right now at 55 can fuck any woman on the planet.
And we're talking about sexual
how many men does that apply to? How many men are out there like Idris Elba? Please tell me.
Dude, it's a whole.
How many freaking celebrity dudes are out here every day?
Do you know? Hold on. Do you know right now Denzel just turned 70? He could
Bro,
probably.
nobody's Denzel. We not Denzel on this panel.
No, but I'm saying, bro. But I'm saying, oh my God, he from the crying. Listen, what I'm saying is this, bro. What I'm saying is there are men out here right now. You know what? I just had a lady at my job tell me.
No, that's right, big brother. I know that's right.
I had an older lady at my job tell me, girls, have y'all went on the Silver Fox Facebook page? I say, Silver Fox, what the fuck is that?
They got one for me.
So she said Silver Fox, all the men, older men, and they
that is Queen. That's
the Silver Fox for men. I thought he was talking about the one for the women.
Yeah,
the Silver Fox is a woman though.
No, that's listen. She said, I'm telling you what she.
Now it is a group of women, the ones who are wearing their hair with the silver new dyes and anything.
Right.
That's
what you're talking about.
I know, but I'm saying, there is a women's thing too.
She pulled up pictures of these men. They all got gray beards. They got silver and black gray beards.
I've been on the page. I saw it for myself.
They in nice suits. They dress well, and they in their 50s and 60s. And them women's in them damn chats. And these are regular 9 to 5 guys. And them women in them chats like, damn shit. I don't see that on the other side.
And here's why they still single. It goes back to what I was just saying. The dating pool itself is trash because society got this false thing going on. What's hot, what's not, what we should and shouldn't be doing. That's our problem. So this whole wall that everybody got up, The wall is more individually based. So my wall can be totally different from Beautifully Animated's wall because we ain't doing the same thing. We ain't on the same level. We ain't moving in the same direction. So when I come to a point where it stops for me, that's going to look different for me. Somebody asked in the chat, can a woman move that wall? Yeah, you can move that wall by doing the work. You know, there's no, Beautifully Animated said it earlier, there's no limitations on management, on marriage. Guys,
okay, let me ask you a question, Queen Smiley. JT, you went on a date with Beautifully Animated. You single, she's single. Beautifully Animated is 49 years old or 50. This is why I'm telling you why what she just said ain't gonna work. Watch Queen Smiley. I disagree with that.
Looking good.
If she's 50 years old and JT is at the table with her and he says, so what's going on in life? Oh, everything's good. You know, I got a kid. Everything's good. You know, I'm still trying to get my life together. Ain't no man want to hear that shit at no 50.
Guess what? That's
denied. Application denied.
Again, what did I just say? That wall is different for each individual. Because me at 50, I can go sit at the table with somebody and I can say whatever I'm gonna say. And guess what? I'm still pushing.
But see, Queen Smiley,
you know what the problem is, though?
Queen Smiley, because she's finna be married and shit. So I'm not worried about her.
I ain't got no ring on my finger right now. So yeah.
Queen Smiley, you know what the problem is? So with men, the problem is that we are constantly held to a standard, and we are constantly held to be accountable for our actions, right?
I agree.
Exactly.
With women, they're held to be accountable for their actions soon as that wall come up.
No, this is the problem we were talking about earlier. We as a people, America, period, we've allowed women to get away with so much for so long.
Yes.
Now here it is. The rubber's meeting the road. You have to answer for it. Now,
you know what I say? I gotta say this.
Nobody's held women accountable for so long.
JT,
now the world has to hold them accountable. They should have been checked.
But you know what, Queen Smiley? But you know what, Queen Smiley? Let me tell you how I shut the whole fucking department down yesterday. When these women are talking about girl, and you know me, it's just hard for me to just not say nothing. It's just like it's just hard. And so the girl, she was like, girl, the dating pool out here is trash. Ooh, it's just trash. These niggas ain't shit. They don't do nothing. They lazy. They in the mirror more than me and all this. I said, oh, wait. I said, let me say something. Oh my God, here he come. Yes, I got to tell you. I say the reason that the men are like that today and you don't like them, it's because they answered the fucking call. Men like me and Hink, I can go to Louisiana right now, work on the farm and eat off the land. Tyrus could probably do it. Hink could do it, right? No captivity. You got real men out here, but you got men that have answered the call. Remember in the late 90s, early 2000s on up, when women said we need men to be more soft, more vulnerable. We need men to be talking to us. We need pillow talk. We need you to hold our hand and cuddle with us in the moon day. Oh my God, we need our men to get up and speak.
Yeah, that's why I got that panoramic from my X5
Then here go the men. Then we got songs in the 90s. We need a man with sensitivity.
And those who took it to the extreme are
like me. And guess what the men start doing? Well, shit, I'm gonna do it. And now women are mad at what
the damage is done.
Women are mad at what they created. Women created these soft ass niggas, and now they mad that these niggas are soft ass niggas.
Men allowed this crap to happen, and they didn't check them at the front door.
Well, for me,
I done called a whole bunch of them punk ass niggas to their face. You just try it. You to get soft ass.
I love you, BF.
These niggas, listen, bro. These dudes are angel soft, bro. They in the mirror like this and shit. I be like I told my son one day, get out the mirror. It's time to go. We don't have time for this shit. But you to be get your ass out the way. It's getting ridiculous where these men are starting to try to look cute.
Well, it's not even that men trying to look cute anymore. Men are trying to be women. What are we talking about?
Yeah, damn. Illuminated. Go ahead.
Trying to be women now. They they're only trying to be women.
We copy dudes from the 80s, JT. We copy dudes from the 80s that was dressed like women.
Yeah, but watch this though. This is the thing.
I'm too sexy for my shirt. Hey, that came out of the 80s.
What we're talking about.
I don't know that nigga.
But just to bring it back a little bit to what we've been talking about, this whole pair bonding thing. This whole thing with when we're talking about pair bond, it's not like we're talking about what's the rule. It's a lot of things involved in it, and I think that we should have the conversation a little more with a little more where we can really look deep into it, right? Because there's a lot more than what we're talking about when we're talking about this whole thing. Because I've really seen some shit, man, where I just said, damn, and I would take it to my own anecdotal experiences, and I'd just be sitting there like, this is crazy. That's why I said earlier that just because you don't know what's happening to you don't mean it's not happening to you. It's just what it is. When you know what's happening to you is when you start being at the age that we are at. Illuminated. Was
Hey, when did that trend that dudes-
and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get out. I ain't gonna try to hold y'all long. When you get a chance to look at life, hold on, bro. When you get a chance to look at life, where you could say, "Damn, I've seen my parents grow up from 20 on up to 70," right? And then you can say, "I see my kids grow up." And I've seen life. You can see life where you can see the end results to a lot of people's lives, right? One of the things I remember seeing was in the 90s and 2000s, early 2000s, the women that used to be hot, they were still being old hoes. And guess what they were doing? Hating on the young ones, right? Y'all hot tail ass girls. Y'all ain't this and y'all that. This is why we have the problem we have right now. I seen a woman in my neighborhood that used to be the neighborhood hoe. She was hot in the tail.
JT, what year did
She
the
ended
dudes
up
start
being.
letting their asses hang out
No,
the back of their pants?
hold on.
What
This
year
is
did
just
that
my
start?
observation, bro. This is my observation. When I seen she was 18, now she's 54. Hating on the 18-year-olds, talking to them as if she wasn't doing what they were doing or worse. This is what happens when you are just in your 30s and you're allowing some old motherfucker to tell you some bullshit. Sometimes you got to let that shit roll off and just get old. When you get old, you will see that a lot of this shit is bullshit.
Now, JT, I want you to put your hand under the choir girl's dress and play there for a second. And just stay right there. Watch this. Let me tell you something. I wish Mandrell was here. I remember early in the year, Mr. Bennett, you remember? There was a man on my panel. We held his ass accountable. Hank, you was here too. We held his ass accountable. And men were men on that panel that night. And we held his ass accountable with all that female talk, acting like a goddamn feet. We held his ass feet to the fire. We held him accountable. Guess what happened the next 2 weeks? All the women are content creators. Y'all too hard on these some bitch ass niggas.
Oh, I was there. I know you talking about that.
Trying to hold this man accountable. Well, the women were upset that we held a man acting like a woman to accountable. The women went off on real men because we were on a man acting feminine. A man putting on fucking pajamas and waving and having a sleepover with women, and you're married.
With a scarf on his head.
With a scarf on his fucking head like he was Prince. We held him accountable.
That was pretty masculine.
Dude, we held him accountable, and the women content creators, they talked about me and Mandrell and everybody on the panel for 2 to 3 weeks because we held his ass accountable.
Hey, y'all remember when men in the 80s had that super S curl with all that spray that they put in their fucking hair?
Oh my goodness. But Illuminated Revelation. Go ahead, man. I ain't mean it. Go ahead, brother. We ain't cutting Illuminated off. Let the pastor preach.
Hey, when dudes walking around with their ass hanging out, what generation did that start?
That you was
That was
turned
real
on.
masculine, right?
No. Illuminated preach. Go ahead, Illuminated. Look, go ahead, Illuminated.
Carl was turned on.
And Tyrus, while Illuminated preaching, mute yourself, and I want you to spell sagging backwards and tell me what you think. Go ahead, Illuminated Revelation.
To Queen Smiley's point, what has happened as far as the dating pool and the social construct now, they've allowed too many things to come into the social sphere to where they redefine things. They redefine what relationships are, to redefine what marriage is. And what has happened is the roles have been reversed, and the lines have been blurred. If you can't identify the difference between a man and a woman, then you're messed up. Everything is going to go to hell in a handbasket. So if I can't look at Beautiful Alameda and say that's a woman, if I can't look at you, Queen Smiley, that's a woman, then something's terribly gone wrong. So when they allow the alphabet community, because we have to interject them into the context of the conversation, that is what messed everything up. So from my generation on up until now, it was quiet. They were in the closet, and then they began to legislate and say, okay, you guys can come out and play now, and then we're going to make society accept you. So once they did that, that's when you've seen America as a whole and Western society decline. Now, for those who put on the uniform when you went overseas to those countries that didn't allow that, you didn't see that, or had laws against that, you didn't see that. They kept their morality intact. It was our legislators and our people that govern us that began to put that into law. So this is 2023. So a lot of that stuff is getting ready to take into effect as far as allowing them to come into your place of business and all that. So they say, when we read that that law, they're saying that it's not supposed to happen, but we know different, you know. So that's why I think where the single people are having real issue at, because you guys cannot connect to the right pool, like you said, in certain circles, and these circles travel in certain groups. And now that you have the other alphabet letter in there, is taking you women's place. So now you have women fighting to make sure that they have rights that you biologically already have by law, by nature. You have that. So now you have people that are altering their DNA and their physical makeup, saying that, hey, this is what I identify as. So now I'm going to replace you all, and I want you to help me to fight for my right to be accepted. And you have more women on that side of the totem pole and that side of the aisle that is fighting for that. So I'm just sitting up here thinking, so what do the natural women say? Aretha Franklin said, you make me feel like a what? Natural woman.
Yes.
Okay. So so now how can let me refrain. How can the individual make that person feel like a natural woman when he doesn't know the nature and what a woman feels in her psychological makeup? How can that man make that individual feel like a natural woman? I don't care what law, what alteration, what surgery you have, you're not going to feel like a natural woman. You just
Illuminated Revelation. Illuminated Revelation. Let this stripper sit on your lap real quick. I'll be right back. Watch this, guys. They have changed the name of a female. Listen, women out here arguing with the men, but the men that becoming women trying to take the women's place, like Mr. Revelation just said. Right now, they don't even call y'all women no more. The LGBTQ community, they call you sis. Sis. And the only reason they call you sis, the sis is saying that you were born with a vagina. That's all that makes you feel like you.
Wait. That's the nice word, black man. Fish.
Yeah,
fish is what they call you.
Right. And but watch this though. Let me tell you where the world going. Illuminated Revelation. You open this door. I'm just walking through it as a spectator. Watch this. I just saw a man here. His name. I just pulled it up. If y'all want to pull it up, his name is. He's all over the news, so it's gonna pop right up when you type his name in. His name is. Hold on, let me go back up. Okay, Renee Ramos. Okay, if you want to look up Renee Ramos, look him up right now, and guess what pops
up?
You
sound sweeter than the LBGT community you criticizing right now. You roll them R's better than my people do, bro. What you talking about?
Listen, bro. Okay, I'm gonna act like I didn't hear that. I'm gonna act like I didn't hear that. So listen, bro. Guess what he did? His wife. I'm sorry. Him and his wife got a divorce.
Wait. Time. We just gonna let that comment slide?
Yes, absolutely. Because the LBGT live rent free in y'all head for no reason.
No, okay.
So wait. No.
Illuminated. Hold on.
No.
Since he said that,
no, black man. No.
He said that dude is
Dude,
Man,
I
no,
work.
hey,
Hold on,
hey,
hold on.
hey,
I work.
hey,
Hold on, Illuminated. I work. I
You know,
work
in the
with.
real
Hold on, hold
world, I
on. I
will
work
bust
with
your head
Hispanic.
wide
Hold on,
open,
hold on.
boy,
I
with
work
these
with
threaded
Hispanic.
eyebrows.
I work with Hispanic people. I work with Hispanic people every day. I know how to speak about them, to them, and how to pronounce their names. So I pronounced the name correctly. You said it was sweet. Now you defined that as being sweet. Okay. But then when you said you got your eyebrows threaded, we defined that as sweet.
Did you not?
So
I know.
hold
Did you
on,
not
hold on.
just take? It was just
So,
a jab. Yeah.
hold on.
That's
So
what
we
we do,
define
right?
we define that as sweet. And then, and like me and you right now, when you said what you said to me, I didn't get up and take my headphones off and jump up and down and roll on the floor and go to the door and come back. I sit right here like a man, and I take that shit and we move forward. So listen, if you listen, ain't nothing sweet about me, baby. Ain't nothing sweet with Dr. Pepper on Friday after I got some pussy. Other than that, we good. But I'm gonna leave it alone. Illuminate Revelation. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is they're not living rent free in our head. This is our society now. This is where we're at right now. And it's almost like we can't talk about them because we will get canceled, we will get punished. So as far as a social conversation at these panels, they always come up. The alphabet community always come up. So it's not like they rent free in my head. It's just that no, it's not. I'm from a generation that I will not accept that.
Respectful, man.
You know, I will not allow that to be acceptable to me.
I come from a generation where you're an American, and if you don't violate anyone else's rights,
they are violating people's rights. They are violating people's rights.
Y'all so worried
hold
about what
on.
other people
And
are
that's
doing,
what I was
bro.
getting into before I was rudely interrupted. But let me say
I
this:
wasn't finished
if you
either, black
look
man.
up,
So.
if you look
I mean,
up
I
this
wasn't finished either, but hey.
let me say this.
I know, Queen.
Illuminated. This is tying on to what you're saying though. So Renee Ramos, when you hear about this man's name, guess what he did? Him and his wife got a divorce. His wife was about to get the kids. Guess what he did? He transitioned and said he identifies as a woman. Now, hold on. Now in court, I just gave you the name. Type it in. Now in court, guess what happens? They found him to be the best mom, and they gave him custody of the children.
See, so now this is
what was the mom?
I'm so done.
That's a win.
I'm so done.
To fight the fight.
So JT,
why did the mom lose custody?
How is that living rent free in our head? Look at the laws and the court systems that's going on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, we got a feminist like Tyrus on here out here fighting for rights so people don't even like his ass. He fight for people that don't even like him.
And guess what, Tyrus? When you get out there, and guess what you get out there?
JT, you did the same thing when you joined the army, bro.
Tyrus, I'm saying, Tyrus, you defending these people. You defending these people, Tyrus, but them bullet daggers will beat your ass. They don't care.
Hey, if you served in the army, you defended people who don't like you all the time.
Hey, check this
Congratulations.
out. Correct me if I'm wrong. The civil rights movement was about, historically and documented, was about us having our right to vote, us being treated as human beings, correct?
Exactly.
And it was because of the pigmentation of our skin, correct? This is something that we had no control over. So what did they do? They came in and they hijacked that in the name of civil rights. They stole it.
Born gay. It's not a lifestyle.
Yes, it is.
Boy.
What did you just say?
I forgot. I'm talking about
what did you just say?
They was born gay. So is that what happened to you?
I forgot.
So
what the hell is wrong with you, man? You cannot get on these panels, man.
People are born like that.
So Tyrus, hold on.
Can I bring it back to what we were talking about?
Tyrus, I'm going to say this to Tyrus, and I'm going to get Illuminated back in here.
Hey, what your soft ass say again? I couldn't hear you, bro.
Tyrus, there are some people on the panel that do have family members and or kids that's in their community, so they have a right to speak on that.
Bro, I didn't say you didn't, but I'm just saying why they live rent free. Like an LBGT person, how are they violating your rights right now?
Why do men live rent free in your head?
I don't know. I don't know why that gap in your tooth lives rent free in my head either.
No, don't try to move the goalpost. So listen, he
waltzing with them shoelaces.
Hold on, Tyrus. Hold on, Tyrus. I'm gonna say this to Tyrus. Tyrus.
Yes.
All jokes aside, Tyrus. He just had a good point. You said the LGBTQ community lives in our head every day. But when you get on here, what do? It's all about the men. These fucking men, bro. And the men are on your mind every conversation, every time you open your mouth. It's men.
But in a positive way, because I tell y'all all the time, we can fix them, right? We can fix them, right?
So
That's
I was saying what I was saying to say.
Okay.
Now that we've made it to this point, how can we move forward? Because like JT mentioned, the conversations that we're having in regards to these relationships or the lack thereof ain't for us. The conversation is for those who are coming behind us. So we can talk in circles about these conversations all day long, but what are we putting out here so we can find a way forward? So we can stop trying to point the finger to say, hey, this is where women are continuously messing up. This is where men are continuously not accepting responsibility and leading. Where can we bridge this conversation so we can move forward, so somebody can really get some meat out of it? We're defining things right now.
Black man, you said this yesterday.
Black man, you said this yesterday.
Let me say this real quick, Tyrese.
Hold on. Black man, you said this yesterday, how there's a cabinet and a Senate for a reason, so we can keep coming back to these conversations.
Exactly.
So we're here defining what these things are: the walls, the pair bonding. We're defining all this stuff now. So how can we start moving the conversation forward? So I said all what I said to say.
Okay, so now
hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. So the way to move the conversation forward, watch this, guys. This is gonna be good. I think this is gonna be good. The way to move the conversation forward is to have the conversation and to have the tough ones that don't nobody want to have. Watch this. We can't sit up here and say, why do we keep talking about the LGBTQ community? You know why? Because my daughter goes to school. And my daughter wants to play volleyball, and it's a 6'3" main boy across there with a wig on, spiking on my daughter. No, you don't care. What the fuck do you? Hold on, Tyrese. It's gonna get real. What do you mean you don't care if a dude is wrestling my daughter in a wrestling match and slamming on her fucking head?
Bro,
are you kidding me right now?
I don't care. I really don't.
See, that's the stupid shit I'm talking about.
He don't care about yours, but when it's his daughter, when it's his daughter getting slammed on her head by the dude.
I don't care about the
hold on, bro.
May I offer a solution?
I would love a solution.
Tyrese, it's not fear mongering when we're sitting here. I don't know if you live on a rock. Do you have cable? Do you have
Illuminated Revelation? If you want to talk over everybody so you can get the panel, I will.
How many?
I'm a black woman, and we good at interrupting people. I can use that power right now.
Tyrese, that was the guy.
The power of one woman who cut black men off.
Dude, Tyrese, there is a community. Tyrese, there's a community of people upset right now in the Olympics.
What piece of population of the transgender community? That's a straightforward question.
Dude, I'm not coming up with that. What I'm saying is there are more and more little boys wanting to be girls, and when they identify as girls, you have to let them play.
Listed in the church too, right?
Dude, see how you moving the goalposts? See how you
black
moving the goalposts?
Black man.
Okay. Hold on. Illuminate. Hold on, Illuminate. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. Let me tell you what's gonna happen, Tyrese. If I go, let me tell you what's gonna happen, because this is what you want to happen. If I go to my daughter's school and she get out there and she's in a wrestling match with another female and a 6'3" a boy come out there that's the same age of my daughter and slam my daughter on her head, I'm gonna go beat his motherfucking ass.
That's fine.
And then what?
That's not gonna happen.
And then what? And then I'm going to jail. Then I'm gonna go to jail. Then what? Because you want to protect him. How about when he slammed my daughter on her head, I go choke that little motherfucker out then.
Well, do what you got to do, but something tells me that's not gonna happen.
So
you crazy as fuck. He slammed my daughter. He's in his ass.
Okay, so
you crazy as hell. You don't know me.
First, Queen Smiley, we have to start at the grassroots level, and that is bringing the nucleus of the family back intact. Okay, so after that happens, then you move up to the municipalities and say, okay, shout out to my boy Uncle Logic. I always shout him out. Policies and procedures that is affecting our communities. So now you have to go to the city council and the boards and say, what laws are you guys implementing and what laws that you guys are passing that is affecting our community? We do not agree with that. So now what we have to do is we have to remove those people off that part of the panel, and so they won't pass that legislation, revoke that legislation, and then begin to work our way up so it can get to the federal level. Each state is going to have its own governance. You have your blue states, you have your red states. I mean, I'm down here in Texas, and Black Man can tell you all the plates that he can count coming from California and Colorado. You
I'm in
know,
Texas.
yeah. See, so you already know. We play the license plate game. We'd be like, oh, my wife like, oh, look at there. There's about 5, and we just
And I
went
work
down.
with
We
human
went.
resources, so we getting the applicants all day, every day.
But Illuminated,
Yeah. So
I got a question. You said build it up through the government. My thing
no,
is
no.
this. I mean, go through your local and move up. And
Yeah,
I hear you. I swear to God, I hear your heart, bro. But let me ask you this, brother, right? Because I look up to you. You're my elder to me. So what I'm saying to you is, tell me right now, in any state where you can go to any local city government or anywhere and say, we not accept me. All of us on this panel right now get together as a group and go down to City Hall and say, we're not going to accept transgender boys playing basketball with our daughters.
It's already happening with the CRT and with the sports
in
and
Texas,
everything.
you can't even teach it. You can't teach the CRT.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So these are the things that we have to do. And with the liberals that are moving here, you have to let them know. Our saying down here is, don't California my Texas. So that's where you have to do. And so, like I say, you have to have those honest conversations at home. If the teacher is saying something that is contradicting to what your doctrine is in your household, you have the authority, because what they're done now is the state is the parent now. They're saying that you as a parent, your children don't belong to you anymore. So we have to take that power back. So until we do that, dating pool, all this
That's
other
the answer,
conversation.
illuminated of revelation that I was looking for. That's where we need to start in our
Right.
household and holding the people accountable within our communities, right?
Yeah.
And so
And like I heard
in
one guy
Black
on the
man's office where he hear these women say XYZ, we have to start holding people accountable. Somebody had
Yeah.
mentioned previously, we got to start back shaming. We don't have to start back shaming, because we can gracefully and say a lot of things with love and tell people they wrong.
Yeah.
We
And see,
have to
that's what
start doing it.
But
Yeah,
it's
and see-
mostly women though. Like JT, I posted a video on my Facebook, and JT
We
said,
have
"Oh
to
my
start
God,
doing it.
it's the women that are encouraging these men to date. When they see a man sweet walking down they're not going to hold him accountable. You got women right now that are raising sons and know that these sons are becoming sweet."
Right. And see, that's what I'm talking about.
And when you go tell them, hey, your son needs to do this, or you go try, my son is who he is. That's the way he is. You don't tell me nothing. Get the fuck on.
But see, that's what I'm
we
saying
dealing
though,
with.
Black man. Each gender needs to have their gender. Like you said, you had that panel where you hold the men accountable. The women need to start having women accountable. Where
Name one panel that do that. Name one female panel that do that.
Well, I'm just saying there are some
That's where we got to
females.
start.
That's where we got to start at, because my thing is, it's like when that alphabet community comes in and say, hey, I am this, the women have to stand up and push up and say, no, you're not.
So
This
we
is
have a
our-
problem. Illuminated. This is where we have the problem at. We don't have the ones that's out there that it is affecting in our panels. We need the 19, the 20, the 22-year-olds. Let me tell you what's happening right now. It's just as many women out there that's homosexuals than it is men. And I'm talking about at an alarming rate. It's like a style to them. It's like it's very acceptable in them. This is why if you're not understanding, folks, you don't have 22-year-olds and 32-year-olds talking to each other. You don't have 22-year-olds and 42-year-olds, 22-year-olds and 50. They're in their own world. Remember how it used to be where we used to be like, damn, we left our kids by themselves in a certain generation? It's not like that now. We're trying to reach out to them, and they ain't hearing what the fuck we talking about. Trust me when I tell you, all you got to do is observe a group of 22-year-olds. I guarantee you're not going to understand what it is that they're doing now. We're talking about people that are 30 and up now. The 30 and ups, guess what? 30-year-olds, y'all motherfuckers old now. Trust me when I tell you. You just don't understand. This shit gonna go real fast for your ass now. As soon as you turn 30, the shit start going fast. Your 2-year-old is now 12. That 12-year-old is now 22. That's how fast the shit go. The ones that it's affecting that we're not talking to, it's the 20, the 19s. Those are the ones, because they're going to be 25, 26, and 27. Those are the ones that ain't hearing shit we talking about. We could talk about this shit all damn day, but until we get them involved, it's going to get worse for us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, JT, this is what Queen Smiley was asking about. They are already going after the babies. I'm talking about babies. They're trying to capture them even before they even get out the womb, which is an oxymoron, because they believe in abortion all the way up into the 9th month. So explain that one to me. So they're trying to capture them as early as possible and indoctrinate them. So one thing that people don't understand about what they're doing, they're playing the long game. And see, what you got to look at, if they get the baby from the womb, we know a generation consists of 40 years. So they got them for 40 years. And if I rewrite and erase history, then I have nothing as a foundation. The scripture says, if the foundation be destroyed, what shall the righteous do? So if I have no foundation to build the house up on, it's built upon sand and it's built upon faulty and false doctrine, then guess what? Then I got them for 40 years. Me, you, Queen Smiley, Mr. Bennett, Hink, we're trying to tell them, hey, man, back in the 80s and 90s, and they can't even imagine it. They can't even imagine, like you, to your point, JT, they can't even imagine us having old house phones. They look at us like, y'all didn't have phones back then? No, we didn't do that. So I understand technology. I understand all that as far as advancement and all that, but we have to get them to the point to where, hey, guys, this is our history. And that's the thing that they're pushing back on these spaces now. There's a couple of channels on here talking about, our history and where we come from and the knowledge we have and the things that we built. So if we can start from that and start building that and letting the people that write these policies that's in their 80s and some of them almost 90 years old, you shouldn't even be elected. You shouldn't even be up there. So those are the things that are affecting our society. So when you talk about policies and procedures, we can have these relationship conversations all day long, but until we get off into the policies that are affecting us and our community, we're just going to someone in the chat type, we're just going to be going in circles just like this here. That's all we're going to be doing. Is going to keep going in circles. Like Queen Smiley point, we're just going to keep talking. So we've got to get involved to where me and DL and some of the other brothers, we talked about it in the back chat. I'm not going to mention it on the panel because there's some things that we need to do at a grassroots level. And when we bring this fruition, it can't be denied. It just can't,
Illuminated Revelation. Let me say this too. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate you and Queen Smiley and your perspectives. I will say this. One of the things that I brought up that I got a lot of pushback on some months back when I had my daily show is I think that for the country to thrive and for people to get where they need to be and to stand in the gap like you guys are talking about, I personally said this and got pushback. YouTube took down my video. So this one may get took down because I'm going to repeat what the fuck I said. I feel like it should start I think we should start from the beginning. I think there's a constant reminder of things that surround us that are not good for us. And let me start from the beginning because I know a lot of people say history don't matter. And one of my guys that I love like my brother, Scam Likely, Dusto says that, we talk about this a lot too because he disagrees on some of it. But I think that it's a constant reminder of where we ended up, how we ended up, and why we're fucked today. We spend money with the faces of men who raped our daughters, our great grandmothers, great aunts, right? Their faces are a reminder on the dollar bill, the $20 bill, the $50 bill, the $100 bill. You go to Mount Rushmore, you see faces of men who were racist that that had women in the basement having children for them, and they great people, and they never wanted freedom for the very people. You go to Washington D.C. and you see a statue of Jefferson who had a black woman down in a stanky basement impregnating her. Every time she popped one out, he popped another one in her. All right, you had all these different go around the country. You got all these men who did all these different things to people, and they stand tall over us every day. You walk past them every day. Their hands are up and their hands are out every day. People walk past them. And you know what really pissed me off when I first moved to Dallas in 2009 is when I saw a little girl. I was walking and getting to know the city. I saw a little girl posing in front of the, what's the man's name? The racist bastard. Anyway, she was standing in front of her mom. Yeah, General Lee. She was trying to take a picture of her daughter in front of the statue. I said, whoa. I said, ma'am, can I talk to you for a second? I swear, ma'am, I'm sorry I startled you. She said, what's wrong? I said, ma'am, please don't take a picture of your beautiful baby in front of this statue. She said, wow, we're not from here. Who is this guy? I said, ma'am, that's General Lee, ma'am. I say, he used to grate and sell little girls the same age as your daughter. And I said, don't take a picture in front of that statue, please. And I have video footage right now. And I'm going to have a whole show about this. I'm going to do
Black, how old was she, by the way, the parent? How old was she?
She was probably late 20s.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna do a whole show, and I'm gonna show the receipts of when I was down there and we protested to get that statue removed. It's gone now. Hallelujah. It's gone now because it was sitting there and people taking pictures of it, right? And so I went down there, I spoke, I went down there and it got really bad because then you had the skinheads came out and you had the racist men come out, and I got pictures of me on one side over here and they're on this side, and we face to face finna tear the whole downtown up. Right. And so my thing is this. So we had that removed, but every day our kids asked for $1. That man was a slave owner on that dollar bill, the $20 bill, the $50 bill, the $100 bill. There's statues of these men up right now over your heads when you walk in Central Park. There's a man, they call him the king of the OBGYN. But he used to take babies out of women and cut their heads open and see how much pain the baby can endure and how much pain a black woman can endure. And they got a statue of him in New York, in Central Park, saying that he was a great man. So if we're going to start over, let's go to Mount Rushmore and remove that. Let's go to every city, remove every piece of shit that owns somebody, that hurt somebody, that raped somebody. You have to start there, because every time those white men, those senators and congressmen that are 100 years old still making decisions, you cannot tell me that the senator, the oldest one I think is 99 right now. You can't tell me 99 years ago he wasn't saying, nigga, hang that one, hang this one. Great granddaddy, you did a good job. Hunt that one down with a dog. You can't tell me. So you still have the same men making the same decisions for people in a whole nother generation, a whole nother century. So we have reminders of them in statues. They own the money. You got these laws still in place. Hell, it took them 100 years to pass the no lynching law. Ain't that a bitch? Right? It's still.
It took four times, BM. The co-signer said it took 4 fucking times.
Four times, and then they still have sundown towns, guys. If you don't know what the fuck that is, you ain't from the South. Sundown towns is niggas can't be out past a certain time. And they still have the signs up when you walk driving to the fucking town. That's why I want to take you know what? I'm going to take some time off, and me and Dusto going to take that trip. I'm going to put him in the car. We're going to wait till about now, because I'll be ready to put one of them motherfuckers down. I'm going to get in the car. We're going to wait till it get dusk dark, and I'm going to drive through the fucking town, and I'm going to show Dusto. Look at that sign right there, Dusto. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to have motherfuckers coming up behind us, flashing their lights. While you out here in the middle of Mississippi, Mandrell will tell you.
Hey, black man, why would I go?
No, okay, Dusto, if you say, for instance, you're traveling and you want to go and see a show in Atlanta, and you go through a part of Mississippi to get there, you're driving. And you're driving at night, and you pass a sign that says no sundown. And motherfuckers start flashing their lights at you, nigga, and trying to get you to pull over to do something to you. That happens to this day.
Hey, black man.
That still happens.
Black codes originate.
Actually, as I just go try to be productive in America, there's black people who will try to flag me down. It's probably a 5 times 5 to 1.
But hold on, but Dusto, there's a sign that says sundown town. That means no niggas. I can send you pictures of these signs. That means no niggas are out in this town after a certain hour.
But black man, there's a sign in America that says niggas, and black people put it up there. And that was way worse.
Bro, this goes back to systemic racism.
So we've done more harm to ourselves.
Hold on, man.
Go ahead.
Because y'all forgot who I really am. Like, I'm an American nationalist. Like first and foremost, I don't practice any of the three big religions because they all trash. They got the highest body count in all the world. You see, I don't practice the religion of those who enslaved my ancestors. And I'm not going to practice Islam. I'm not going to practice Judaism as well. Dusto, the reason what BM is talking about is absolutely real. They're called sundown towns. It originated from black codes in the Jim Crow during the failures of the Reconstruction era post-Civil War.
So how do you
So no. So the South. So that Mason-Dixie line. That Mason-Dixie line. That Mason-Dixie line. That shit is real.
How do you explain Cleveland?
You mean the second most segregated city in the country? I can explain that to you right now. You want me to?
Look up the murder per capita and look at who's doing them. How do you explain that? And you're telling me to go all the way to Mississippi.
You just mentioned my city, which is the second most segregated city. Racism. I can explain that to you if you want. Do you want me to?
Actually, not really, because I mean.
Oh, so you don't understand systemic racism and why black codes exist and why sundown laws exist. You don't understand any of that.
You don't want to have this conversation. I'm the wrong.
You don't want to have this conversation because you don't know what you're talking
about.
about.
No, I've had this conversation.
All right, so guys, let me say this. Let me do this. So we'll end this. We're gonna end the show. I think every show that we do, like I said, I want to say to each and every one of you guys, I love each and every one of you. All right, no matter we bump heads or not. This is not like other panels where we bump heads and after the show I'm saying fuck Freezy, right? No, Freezy is my brother. Tyrus is my brother. Illuminated Revelation I look at him as a mentor, as someone I look up to and that I can learn so much from. So I appreciate him so much. JT, I appreciate you. Beautifully Animated, thank you for being here tonight. Queen Smiley, you know I love you. DL Saint, you are my guy. And thank you so much for hanging in here, man, being patient, and also becoming monetized today as you being your own content creator. So guys, make sure you go over and subscribe to his channel and hit the like button, subscribe button, and send that man some of that money. Send that man some of that money, because as a content creator, it's hard as shit to get monetized. So DL Saint, man, congratulations, brother. You got some of your super chats today. I look forward to sending some super chats your way next time you go live, man, to show support to your channel as you have shown to me. So thank you so much.
Brother DL, let me hold a little something, bro. Let me hold a little something.
You know what I'm saying? And then to the chat,
man, I got plenty of food stamps over here. I'm old school. I got food stamps in the book still. Y'all on call.
Hey, you talking to the right brother. I will take them. I will take them.
What? We got snaps?
I want them.
I want to make sure that the chat knows that we love you guys too. Thank you for everything you put in the chat, good, bad, friendly, or ugly. Without you guys, the show would not be where it is today. So thank you guys for hanging in with us tonight. You guys are undefeated. Guys, listen, these are the conversations that we're having. And listen, every conversation is not going to be, we're not going to continue on. I mean, sometimes we may have them where they're gender conversations. However, we're talking about things that we see in our community. We're talking about things that we hear in our community. We've been hearing about. I've been hearing about soul ties since I was a kid. I remember the people talking about it, but I didn't know what the hell they was. I heard grandmama and them say it. At the time I was a kid, I had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But then when you get older and you start hearing repetition, you're like, damn, wait a minute, I heard my grandmama say that when I was 9, 10 years old. Right? Sit at the table, talking about.
I was about to say that, like, we heard about it, we didn't have a name for it.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And so back in the day, if they caught you fucking, they bring you in front of the church and embarrass your ass. They don't do that no more. But yeah, that's exactly what they used to do. They would shame the hell out of you. Oh, you pregnant? Come on up here, baby. Look, there she go. Come on. Yeah, we're gonna pray over her tonight. But that's how they used to do it back in the day. But anyway, thank the chat. Thank everybody on the panel. Queen Smiley, Illuminated Revelation, Freezy, Tyrus, Beautifully Animated JT, Dusto, my guy. DL Saint, Mr. Bennett, thank him for being here. Everybody that graced the panel. Alexis from Texas has some issues with her internet, so I'm glad that she came in. But man, this has been a great show. So I guess we can talk. I guess every show we have plants a seed for another one.
Hell yeah!
Every show we have is planting, and I think that's the greatest thing ever.
History lesson.
Man, if we have a show about history, bro, it's gonna go a while. We really gonna have to structure that one. Because boy, we get to digging, it's gonna be real bad.
Yeah, it's gonna break people's reality.
And Tyrus and Dusto, I think Dusto, this is before you too. When I used to have a daily show, and I did it for the entire month of February. Every February I was gonna do it. the entire month of February, and I went so deep into Black history, YouTube started removing my content. They didn't want nobody to know that we were eating fruit from dead people. They didn't want YouTube said, if you do another one, we're gonna remove it. Every one of them, they removed all my shit. So, but this February is right around the corner. I may do it again for 28 days. And bring in light to things, because we talk about the popular Black history, Malcolm X, Martin. We talk about Rosa, Harriet, right? But we don't talk about Nat Turner, who kicked a whole bunch of ass in one night. We don't talk about Nat. We don't talk about the lady who was built like Serena Williams, and they cut her butt off and her breast off, and when she died, and they put it on display in London for 50 years.
What about the Journal of the Negro?
And had her buried correctly. We don't talk about Henrietta Lacks, where they took her DNA and used it for cancer research, and it never paid the family a dime. We don't talk about Aunt Jemima and her and her family getting restitution for all that billions of dollars they'd have made off her cornmeal and her pancakes, right? And now, guess what? If you go in the store right now, you can't find Aunt Jemima's face no more. It's gonna say the Pearl Company. You want to know why it says the Pearl Company? Because the family said we want restitution. The judge says, I'm not gonna give you restitution. But if they use the likeness of Aunt Jemima again, they will have to pay you per capita of everything that they sell. Guess what? A week later, it's at the Pearl Company, not Aunt Jemima anymore.
Yep.
So, or let's talk about Colonel Sanders. Colonel Sanders, who stole the recipe from one of his slave cooks, one of the Black women that worked in his house, and then he made a franchise off of her chicken.
Jack Daniels.
Let's talk about Jack Daniels liquor. You took it right out of my mouth. Jack Daniels liquor, where this Black man came in with the ingredients and used to give Jack Daniels liquor to all the slaves to drink. And the master said, oh shit, I like this. Let's bottle this. Call it Jack Daniels.
Levi Strauss.
Levi Strauss. But the thing is, though, I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna get out of here, because I could cook this meat all night.
One time for Uncle Nearest.
We see what you're doing, JT. We see you.
When it comes to Jack Daniels, imagine if that white man would have allowed, because he owned the slave, it would have allowed that man to produce his own alcohol. How much generational wealth his family would have today?
Yeah.
Because that slave owner, his family got generational wealth off the back and recipe of another man, of a Black man, and his family died broke or
reparations
hanging from trees.
Slaves.
Oh yeah. So KFC, Jack Daniels, all this stuff. Even listen, bro. The other day, if you ever been to New Orleans, there are some chips called Chewy. Queen Smiley know about this. Chewy are some real good cheese chips. They came out in 1935. A Black man came out with the Cheeto design. And 1935, he created something called Chewy. He sold it in New Orleans. As he was about to expand, a white man took the idea and made Cheetos.
Wait, Queen Smiley, weren't you eating those on the panel one time?
Them was Zaps.
Oh, she got Zap, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Chewy, it never left the port of New Orleans because the white man took over and said, he stole this is my idea.
Because he was a slick cat.
Slick cat, exactly. And so there's a lot. And so think about it. So when you see Chester the cat, yeah, Chester is a liar. Chester is a liar. So so we can get into a lot of that, man. Tyrus, I would love to do that with you. Dusto, I mean, he's very
Hey, Black man, can I address E-Man in the chat?
You sure can. Go ahead, get him.
E-Man said, and I hate when I don't know.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be in attendance.
He said a lot of blacks own slaves. A lot of blacks.
He didn't say that.
Yeah, he said.
No, but hey, listen. It wasn't a lot of blacks that owned slaves, but there was a Black man that was very. It was a few. It wasn't even a lot of white people that owned slaves. That we gonna talk about that. It was only 8% of the goddamn people that owned slaves.
It was
the South. The South.
It was roughly 25% of whites in America that owned slaves. Right now, the elite owned that owned like about 150 to 100 slaves. That was the minute. That goes into the 7% or whatever.
Right.
But bro, when he says a lot of black people own slaves, I hate when these black people do that, because first off, a lot of black people did not own slaves. It was a very minute percentage. And guess what? The conditions that those slaves was under those black people,
it was more so like servitude. Those slaves went home.
It was. They was indentured servants. That's
Right.
what they
It
were.
was not getting lynched under black masters and stuff.
Right.
So you black coons out there that be talking about black people on slaves, stop that shit. I hate you niggas. You niggas, man.
There was one man that was very rich that owned slaves, but the thing was that he bought slaves because he had the money to buy them, and he freed them also.
Right.
No, there's a guy, but real quick, I mean, because I put it in the chat when I saw that. I did answer what he was saying. There's a guy in history. There was one, I can't think of his name, black man, who was, allegedly a slave owner. But his claim to fame is he was horrifically abusive to his slaves, because in his mind that was how he can be considered like the other slave owners. I could be right. I'm sure. Right, but that's what I'm just saying. But there's a guy in history. I just can't think of his name right now. But he, just a typical. This dude was doing that. But that's no. It wasn't a lot of slave owners in the country. Like Freezy was saying, it was not a lot of slave owners in the country, and it was definitely was not a lot of black folks who owned slaves.
It'd be dope. It could be dope. That'd be definitely. We talked about that last week, but it'd be dope as hell if we could put it in context, though, because I do not, and we talked about this, Illuminated. We don't have to talk about this shit where it's still hurting us. We have to talk about it as if it's being information. See, the problem is that it's very hard for us to talk about our history without having some type of feelings towards it. This is why we start arguing and things like that. It's a dope ass thing to understand things in context. One of the things that we should talk about also is the word black. Why do we call ourselves black? Is it a color? Is it a status? See, these are intellectual conversations that we actually can have, and we can get somewhere with them.
JT, those are the reasons I won't participate in the conversation, because all I ever hear.
You run from it, brother.
Hear me out. We could be talking about, because a lot of the conversations be circular, from the dust panels to the decent panels. I call this a decent panel. We can be talking about just making some money, eating a sandwich, going to pick up some turkey. 10 minutes later, 5 people yelling at each other about what happened in 1822. And you don't even got the data. Who knows? You weren't even there. And they argue.
I'm not coming half cock with no history. Anybody tell you
can't do it for ourselves, man.
I'm coming with it.
We can't do shit for it.
JT, here's the deal. JT, here's the deal. It happened in 1486. Then the story went on in 1500. Then in 16.
Oh no, that's not why you talk about history, bro.
And it's black people yelling at each other over the same stuff.
No, listen.
To do the same
that's
thing.
why we have to change. What I'm saying, though,
fighting in the parking lot over
we have to change our tone with one another when we're doing it. We have to change it. You can't stop just doing it just because what happened in the past.
And JT, guess what though? Let me tell you something. Let me give you something real sweet here. I'm gonna give you 2 things here. Did y'all see that family in California where they stole their land?
And then they stole it back.
Killed the husband and took the land and left the wife and the kids broke. And those families fought for that land back, and they just in California gave it back to them. And they
beach.
California said they had a whole beachfront and in California, and they said if you want this land, make us millionaires. And they made them
sold it right back to them.
And sold them right back to their ass and busted their fucking head. But let me tell you something. OG Patrice, she's in the chat right now. OG Patrice has a magnificent story, and I'm going to paraphrase what she said. Her great-grandmother, that's what I'm saying. We got to go back and dig sometimes. Her great-grandmother got some land stole from her, and now there's a shopping mall on that land. Guess what? They got to get that land back to OG Patrice and her family, and that mall that's sitting on it, they're going to have to pay that lease to that family. For the rest of their fucking life, because y'all stole. So what I'm saying is, Dusto, what if just imagine if we had a crew of people sat down and went over how much was stolen from black people, land, properties, all this other shit. Imagine how many people would get their shit back. Because I guarantee you.
Imagine we actually had a crew of people to sit down in the first place.
It's going. You gotta spark it into somebody else. That's what I was just telling you. You can't look at yourself in this, man. You have to do the work. Why is here for people that you don't even know that you're sparking? We got an actual platform where it could be millions of people watching us. They may not be watching us live, but this video is going to be recorded. And guess what? It can spark something in them. This don't have anything to do with us. At the end of the day, we already understand as Americans and Black people in America, there has been some fucked up shit that has been done to us, and we've been trying to get this shit figured out for a long time. Whether you believe it or not, we've made some major headway. We really did. All we got to do is keep it going, man. We gotta think outside the box, and we got to take ourselves out of it. But listen, we got to take ourselves out of it.
But
just like
but also, I also want to say to Dusto, right? But I also want to say to Dusto is this: the more you
immigration
learn,
fucked us up. Let me tell you that
The more you learn, the more angry you become. Watch this. Freezy know what I'm talking about.
That's the very problem.
Hold on. No. But hold on. The thing is this: if you right now, have you ever been in New York, Dusto?
Once.
You ever went through Central Park?
Don't know. 7 or 8.
Oh, okay, cool. So anybody ever been in New York and walked through Central Park? Do you know Central
I know
Park?
about the slave trade, baby. I know what you about to say.
Do you know Central Park used to be a black city? A little black city that had stores, money that's picking themselves up by the bootstrap, and the white people came in and tore that shit down, burned them out, killed them, and made Central Park. If you go to Tulsa, same thing happened there. If you go to Georgia, they got a dam. They blew the dam and flooded a whole city of black people under that water. And right now, you can swim under that fucking water. Get you a snorkel and go under that fucking water. You'll still see remnants, churches, old wood, old cars, and shit.
Tybee Island. You talk about Tybee Island?
Yeah,
Tybee Island,
bro.
Either Tybee Island or Jekyll Island. It's one of those islands.
So when
in Georgia,
and you know what pisses me off when I hear black people say, "Well, we need to focus on what's happening." We don't need to be talking about what happened back then. But how much generational wealth would have happened if they didn't flood the city, if they didn't burn down Tulsa, if they didn't burn down the Central Park, New York, just so they can make a park and burn all the black people out? What kind of wealth would black people have if those examples were still here?
Well, here's a point too, black man. You know, and Tyrus would appreciate this. If we don't learn from history, we're bound to repeat it. It's an old saying, but here's where the wisdom comes in at. If I don't know my history, I can't repeat it. Think of it from that aspect. If I can tell you, no, what I'm saying, if I to Black Man's point, to JT's point, to Tyrus, Captivity, Black Beautifully Animated, if we can go back and find out, I was looking at a YouTube short where Europe, we are some people that was all over the planet. We've been all over the place. And when you start peeling that Band-Aid off and looking up under the covers and pull the curtain back, we have done some beautiful thing as a people. So the brother was talking about, he had this book, and it makes me mad when I look at these YouTube shorts and they don't give me the information, black man. Like, what's the name of that book you reading from? And he was talking about, do you know that there was a black man that sat on the throne in Rome? I was like, what? He gave the name. You saw that YouTube short. He gave the name, he gave the history, he broke it all down. So to their point, Dusto, what they're saying is, it's like how much we don't know is what's hurting us. You know, if I can keep this group of people in ignorance and keep them away from everything, and to your point, they stole everything from us and say, hey, we did this, y'all ain't nothing but, and the old saying that about us and my generation, y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of lazy, shiftless people that don't want to work. That was the definition for us when we were coming up. So when we begin to come up and move forward, it always seems as though there's a self-destruct mechanism. Now, some say the Willie Lynch is not true, but all I say is you read the letter and look at the results.
Oh, illuminated. Don't you pause.
Illuminated.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me say.
Whether it's true or not is irrelevant.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you cook. But the letter is in the Smithsonian. It's in the Smithsonian. So listen, Willie Lynch put in that letter. Watch this, guys, and tell me how this reflects all on us today. Willie Lynch said, all you got to do, this is how you control niggas. You don't need fences. You put the fences in their minds, not in the fields. And so what you want to do is you want to take the most pretty nigga, the most yellow nigga, the nigga that's more obedient, and you take the bright skinned nigga, you take Tyrese and you put Tyrese in the house and you put a suit on that nigga. You put a face, Tyrese. Yeah, you put a suit on that nigga, you give that nigga some good smelling cologne, and you let that nigga get a bed. And you let the other niggas working in the field see this nigga be like a white man. And so when they see this nigga, they resent him. Right? Because Willie Lynch invented the crab in the bucket mentality. So what he did was he said, let that nigga know, oh, there's some more yellow skin ones. Get them half-breed niggas and put them in the house, and we're going to let them niggas live in the house, let them eat in the house, let them eat good. We're not going to whoop them. We're not going to talk bad to them. We're going to treat them like royalty. And them niggas in the field going to hate them. And then on top of that, we need an overseer. Tyrese, come here. Tyrese, go out there to the field and oversee these niggas. And I want you to act just like a white man, Tyrese. Go out there and whoop their ass, cuss them out, beat them down. And Tyrese will go out there and beat their ass, whoop them, talk down to them, and then the niggas start resenting him. Willie Lynch said, what you want to do is have them kill each other and not turn on you. So as long as they're fighting each other, their focus is off the person that owns them, and they're fighting each other. And
so you don't mess with the light-skinned dudes that get you caught.
Shout out to gang banging, Crips and Blood.
So
shout out to drill music.
Is that still happening today?
Yeah, my breaking point music. My breaking point is the colorism dust. That's a conversation I refuse to have. It's just too stupid.
Let me ask you something.
That's real shit, though. That's real shit.
I'll be in the back.
The more you know.
I can't. Absolutely.
This is the problem. This is the
so
problem.
Hold on, Dusto. So you don't think colorism exists or existed?
Here's your answer.
Can I, before you go,
hold on. No, Dusto, he grew up.
Y'all better not ever call me rude again.
Dusto grew up too fancy. Colorism existed, but you know why colorism existed? Because the slave owner fucked the black woman and had a fucking baby that was the same color as him, and he treated that baby differently than he treated the dark skinned people in the field. Dusto, you taught school. I'm upset at the fact that you don't know this history. You taught school. You should know this history, brother.
Go ahead, JT.
Hold on, JT. But before you go, anybody do business with New York Life Insurance? Does anybody know that New York Life, one of the biggest insurance companies in the world?
Yes.
You know how they got started? Off insuring slaves.
Yeah.
That's how they made their big money. So when he insured, so if I insured JT,
hey, black man, drop the link. Drop the link.
JT, ain't there like 20 corporations that could trace their shit to
bring your ass up here, man.
Like back to pre-slavery. And they're like 20 corporations. Obviously, they did some name changes, but ain't there like 20 corporations that could directly trace their heritage back to the JP Morgan Chase is some bullshit. JP Morgan Chase, New York Life, all of them insured slaves. So if JT
this is now you about to start talking about the things which you talk about. Remember the book I read? I was telling y'all about.
Yeah, exactly.
Between the J's and the the blacks.
Yeah.
So just like when I said Levi Strauss, that's a J.
Yeah.
When you start talking about these things, that's where I was going to go. Where, listen, these conversations, man, I'm telling you, it will blow so many people's minds. For instance, I was talking to someone, and I learned this. A Caucasian didn't mean that you were white. It actually meant that you were beautiful when it comes to your aesthetics.
It was status.
It was your status, but it was also because they had blacks that were Caucasian that were considered Caucasians too.
What E-Man?
Think I'm lying? I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the link right quick. University of California, they have a I just put it in a link. University of California, they did a lecture on it. Caucasian.
And
it had nothing to do with color. Because you had
go ahead. I'm interested when you finish.
You had white people and you had black people that were considered Caucasian. They did a whole, I think it's probably about 45 minutes to an hour when you look at that, right? California, University of California, when they talk about it. The thing is this, it's doctrine. It's not about what you believe, because you can have one doctrine that can counter the other doctrine. You will be more confused the more you know. You would just be like, what the fuck? So it's all about just getting the education first.
But
You
that
get
was
the
their plan,
education.
though.
Yeah, it's because you got, listen, this is what they do. You got somebody to write a book on something, then you have somebody else to counter that shit. Just like on YouTube. You have somebody to say something on YouTube, you got somebody else on YouTube to debunk it. It's the same fucking shit. But this is the thing. This is why when it comes down to believing in something, it's not really a good practice. All you have to do is believe something until it's proven not to be believable. That's it. And the only way you can do that is to do what? You have to vet it. You have to challenge it. You have to do these type of things. You have to think critical. That's why I get mad when people talk about grown people that's listening to other grown people say something. They be like, well, they shouldn't be on YouTube. Yes, they should. Just like I'm on YouTube, just like you on YouTube, they should be on YouTube. You got to be a critical thinker. And if you ain't a critical thinker, you're one of the losers then. Sorry for you.
Yeah, that's okay. Big Bad Bull. Let me say this real quick. Big Bad Bull said, "Why don't we just eliminate colorism?" Listen, let me tell you something. I don't want you to shout over there, illuminated revelation. But I do think that the human race, it is proven scientifically and has been written that everything that is life and that is breathing came from the motherland. Period. You can find traces of African people in every form of life. A black man can create any black child from any baby, woman, Asian, Chinese, African, black, white alike. The reason that white people bury their people so quick, let me tell you why. When they die on Sunday and they have their funeral on Tuesday, you know why? Because they have 74 hours to bury them before the oxidation leaves their skin. They turn back to their natural state. Watch this though. I'll say this.
You turn blue.
Yeah. I'll say this in closing. I don't think that if everything came from black, I don't think that we're out swirling or going. I think that we're just going to a different part of our world and getting what we want from a different part of the world. I don't think that we're out, because if you go back and look at pictures of them Indians back in the day, them was niggas.
Well,
I got a whole different. I had a whole different response to that comment.
But
go ahead.
Black Man Unfiltered, I was summoned to come up here to have a conversation. So please let Freezy say what he want to say so I can respond.
You had a question. What you want to ask me?
So I gotta go back. I had a lot of questions in the chat.
Ask away. You might need to be educated.
Well, first, so let me say this right here. So I thought you had something to say. I say
I've been responding to you.
Listen, I will say what I have to say first. So first, the one thing I was talking to my grandfather, and he told me, if you want to do research, please be unbiased. I want you to remove yourself, your personal opinion out of it, and start looking. When I started doing research, what I realized, the most people who have enslaved people are black people. When in America? No. See, because we try to isolate the situation.
Wait. In America, let's add context. You saying in America there were more black people that owned slaves than white people?
Well, if we understand how the black slaves got to America, it was black.
No. Listen.
Listen,
America,
because you're trying to isolate a situation, and I'm not being biased to prove a point. That's the only point.
Go ahead.
I was not biased to prove a point. I just started looking with an open mind. And then once I start looking with an open mind, I start looking at these large plantations. I was dropping them in the chat of black people. We can call them whatever they want. That was rich, that was participating in slavery, and it wasn't just a couple. It was a lot. I didn't say majority. It was a lot. And so I started doing this research, and I realized evil don't have a color. Evil don't care if you black, blue, purple, or orange. If you're evil, you do evil things. And so
can I respond?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, because you're going Martin Luther King. Okay, so now listen. It was roughly about 3,000 blacks in America that owned slaves. Now, if that's a lot to you compared to millions of people in America, so be it. I'm not going to dispute your point. But what we have to understand as quote unquote black people, right? All quote unquote black people in the world, because you're trying to add the whole diaspora. A lot of people in your position try to use that as a strong talking point, and it's weak. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when you go out of America and you understand history when it comes to quote unquote black people, we moved as tribes. All black people are not the same. Do you do understand that, right? Just because you look similar to somebody in South Africa doesn't mean you are of the same bloodline.
Correct.
So we have to add context to this. What we've been talking about on this panel are African American. That's what we're talking about, bro.
Okay, so
and you guys always like to say black people sold black people into slavery. That's not true, bro. Okay, and y'all need to stop saying that bullshit because y'all be teaching these little kids wrong. Okay, when we were in Africa, it was a different tribe who we were warring against sold us, bro. Yes, this is factual. And if you don't know this, your grandfather need to talk to you some more.
Hey,
so
say it again, Freezy. Hold on, repeat what you said, Freezy. Who sold us?
There were
tribes.
other Africans in that
demographic.
Freezy, can I co-sign you?
Hold on, now Freezy. Tyrus and Freezy.
That we were warring against.
Right, I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm gonna let y'all cook. Let me tell you something. Everybody went to go see Woman King, right?
That's the point I was about to make.
Woman King was the Woman. Everybody went seeing Woman King, which was I still ain't seen it, and I don't plan to see it.
I ain't seen it yet. Well,
but my thing is this: in what they offered Lupita with her pretty self. They offered her the part of Woman King. She turned it down. They went to Viola Davis. They say, Lupita, why did you turn it down? She said, I'm from this place. She said, this is the tribe that sold their own people into slavery. Why would I want to be a part of this movie?
So
she said,
can I co-sign on for Freezy real quick?
Hold on 1 second. I'll let you go right there. I'll say this. That if you really start studying the Dahomey tribe, they called the Dahomey. It was
them hoes was horrible, Freezy.
But what you start studying them, you didn't have to be from a different tribe. This is how they made money. They would sell somebody that was a part of their tribe if the price was right. And so this the thing is, I get it. It's a sensitive subject when we start.
We're talking about African Americans, bro.
That's how we got here. See what we want to do is do
you know your history? Do you know your bloodline before you came? Your ancestral bloodline before you came to America?
Let me jump in. Edaman. So maybe I'm the only one who did a DNA test because I'm actually going to speak real shit. I'm Black and Puerto Rican. So Puerto Rican, as you know, is also a slave colony. And from my Black side, I come from Ghana. Right? So guess what most likely my ancestors were? They were not kings or queens. They were most likely either peasants, farmers, or prisoners of war, captured. Yes, there were a certain population of Europeans during the Atlantic slave trade that did do the raids, that went up to the coast and raided and straight up stole people from different parts of Western and East Africa. But also the majority of slaves was also sold by African tribal leaders. They are not Black. They are whatever they call themselves in that specific territory, right? An Ethiopian is not the same as somebody from Ghana. Right? Somebody from Ghana is not the same as somebody from Nigeria. Somebody from Nigeria is not the same as somebody from DRC. Somebody from DRC is not the same as somebody from Kenya. Somebody from Kenya is not the same as somebody from Africa. So I'm talking about Africa like it's one big ass country, big ass continent with a bunch of different countries, with a bunch of different languages, with a bunch of different religions, and a bunch of people that didn't like each other.
Let me educate you guys. So people I get you get offended, but listen, Native Americans was enslaving each other too. This idea when we start talking about slavery, we try to blame it on the white man. I hear so many people say the white man, like they started slavery. No, what they did is they saw what blacks was doing and they just duplicated the system that we already had in place.
First off, that's not even true because no. I have to. Y'all know I know my history shit. I got to correct this dude. First off, let's start with the fact that the first instance of the military-industrial complex came from the Dutch. Right? There cannot be war without trade, trade without war. That was from the Dutch East Asian Company, right? The Dutch, the Iberian Peninsula, which is Spain and Portugal, started the Atlantic slave trade. The Atlantic slave trade hit from 1492, and then went all the way up into America at 1808 when it was finally ended. That's why we had things called the 3/5 Compromise, because it ended up being in the South that there was more slaves than white people. That's why they made the 3/5 Compromise, because they needed the South needed to try to find a way to get the population density matched up so they can have political power. That was prior to the Civil War.
Talk your shit, Tyrus.
You know, yeah. I mean, people want to talk about history, but then when we get down to history, you don't want to hear that shit. You see, in 1841, during the Homestead Act, during all these different things like the Louisiana Purchases, they was using black slavery to use the funding to kill off the indigenous tribes to pass off the white settlers. By the way, that's where Caucasian and white comes from. Everybody listening to this is where Caucasian and white comes from, because when they was pushing out to the West, they was bringing in more European migrants, and because black people outnumbered the native white-born population, all of those people who came from Italy, Ireland, all these places that were not considered white were then considered white, and then given to the white settlers during the Homestead Act of 1841s and on.
So, Illumina, what you think? Because he's not trying to have a conversation.
You ain't trying to listen.
I am listening.
But I just wanted to interject this. That's going to throw a wrench in all this, and Black Man is going to drop me after I say this. In Baker's Bible Dictionary, it says Ham was the father of the black race, but not the Negro.
The Negroes, exactly. Zonda.
So
Man, I love you guys. Let me tell you something. E-Man came up here talking about he need to educate somebody. E-Man, you need to be educated, E-Man. You need to be educated. First of all, we keep using this term black, right? Do you know when that term even became accepted in America for us African Americans? That shit is fairly new. That shit just became a title for us probably in the 60s or something.
It was the 60s. It was I asked somebody about African American and they didn't even know it was in the 80s. 84. African American is only 8 for
exactly. And JT, guess who coined that shit? Jesse Jackson
and the Rainbow Coalition and a couple of other people that helped.
Do you know that? Did you know that, E-Man? Why you talking about black people sold black people in slavery, and that shit just became a goddamn title?
But listen.
So what do you consider yourself as an American?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm American. Let me tell you something. We this is why we need to have this conversation, E-Man. And I'm not being facetious or anything. I could tell you right now, if we talk about this term black, guaranteed you will stop calling yourself black.
I don't call myself black. See, that's the point. I call myself.
Hold on. I gotta get up out of here, bro.
Because this is usually what y'all guys do. Y'all don't let nobody respond to all the BS. I am talking to y'all guys. I had 3 different people respond to, actually 4. And then y'all say, what we're going to do is we're going to try to over-talk him so we can only get here one side of the actual. Hello, because every time I start talking, guess what? Freezy got to open his mouth. But
I ain't saying nothing.
You just proved my point. Like you proved my point while I was making
what I'm trying to do, man.
So no, but the point that I'm saying is I have always said that I was American. And people used to get mad about it. I never said I was black. I never said I was an African American. I am from this land. Now, people can take DNA tests and say that they from some land far, far away. I'm okay with you saying that. But the reason that I said black is because it's a common term that people in a chat can be able to relate to.
Yeah.
If I would have said American, if I said Americans did this, it wouldn't have been able to paint the picture of what I was trying to say. It's a form of communication. So this idea that, oh, now he thinks he's black, first we should have a conversation instead of you guys assuming everything. That's what these panels are designed for, is for us to have a back and forth. But you guys don't really have a desire to do that.
I do.
Okay.
Now, hold on. Let me say this real quick, Freezy.
Go ahead.
So if we, because me and OG Patrice had a show about this, ooh, Lord, 10 months ago. But in Egypt, they call Egypt Kemet. If you look up the definition of Kemet, they call Egypt Kemet. If you look up the definition of Kemet, Kemet means
Kemet.
Right. It means black land, black country. Right,
which was Ethiopia, was a part of Ethiopia. Yes,
right. So commit. Say it again. Because maybe illuminate me. I'm pronouncing it wrong, but it meant black.
Kemet.
Yeah. Kemet. Yeah, it meant black country, and it was along the Nile River, where everything was like, and that's why I understand like way whitewash us so bad. Even when these movies, when they have gods of Egypt, and Egypt is, you never see black people anywhere.
Exactly.
Okay.
You never
now
see
here's
black
it.
movies,
Hey, Tarus, here's another term. Edelman, here's another thing.
No. What I'm saying is,
here's another term.
Kings were black. They weren't white.
But when I hear y'all guys make y'all argument, it's almost like when I compare these two, don't get offended. But usually when I hear women make arguments, they only talk about the good. They don't give a balanced argument. When I come with a balanced argument and say, hey, check this out, black people was wrong too, everybody say, oh, now I'm a coon, I'm this, I'm that. Instead of having the conversation and getting offended, we should just have the conversation.
No, this is the thing. I called you a coon. I'm gonna tell you.
I heard you. I
know. I'm gonna tell you I said it. But this is why I said that. It's because when black people on these panels, such as myself, right, try to shed light. And Tyrus, yeah, I got a new respect for you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Listen, when black people try to shed light on their history and what our adversaries have done to us psychologically, physically, to our ancestors, and you don't think that, if you don't think that has had a residual effect on you, me, and every black man and woman on this panel, which you guys try to sweep under the rug, right? And one thing I notice, every other race embraces their history, whether it's good or bad, right? White people, the Jewish, they embrace that shit. I guarantee you, white patriots, white Americans are never going to forget about 9/11. They remind us of that shit every year. But when we talk about what happened to us, I say us because I connect myself with my grandma, my great grandma, my great great grandma. I care about what happened to them.
Me too, bro.
Okay, but guys like you, E-Man, want to ignore the fact that your great 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 grandma was probably sexually assaulted in front of her husband. But dudes like you will be quick to say, you know what, ain't have shit to do with me. But other races embrace that stuff and they have pride in that shit.
Like
and they use that. They use that to be successful. They use that for strength when they wake up in the morning. And guys like you try to, and when we talk about our adversaries, the reason why I called you a coon is because coons like you always want to throw black people in it. Why? Why you got to throw black people in? Listen, white people do it enough, bro. We don't need you to do it. Real talk, bro. There's nothing wrong with my nieces and nephews, younger people that I talk to. There's nothing wrong with me educating them on what their true history is. But when we go to public schools, you don't say nothing about these people in these prison, school to prison pipelines educating us about Christopher Columbus, who was a damn tyrant. But they told us he was a hero. It does. The question of the night is, does the truth matter to you, E-Man?
So you
hey, somebody in the chat said, you had a point where his great grandmother could have been assaulted, but they said sexually assaulted, but they also said his great grandfather could have been sexually assaulted too.
Exactly.
See, but this is the crazy part.
What's the crazy part? What anything I said?
Tell you, see, look, you got to control yourself. I don't know. Ever since you and got into it, you got no panel.
Ever since who, bro? This ain't got nothing to do with. That's
listen. We
dog.
just listen. Like if you look at your behavior versus my behavior, I'm just here to have.
I act like a black man that care about his history, and you act like a coon.
Oh, you can say whatever you want to say. But the great thing, I don't know I don't know if he's Mexican, but the guy, I think he said he's black in something else, right? The one thing that a lot of people are lying to their kids, their family, and they saying, we used to be kings. No, a lot of slaves was peasants. If we want to,
just say that.
You did. I got that you said it, but what we're doing is I think we're telling a lot of people's stories that's not true. They say we was kings and queens and all these different things. And a lot of things is we're still speaking from history for what we think. We say things like, maybe, this might have happened to your grandma or this might happen to your grandpa. And what we do is we paint this picture, not knowing any facts in the situation, in my opinion, to be able to paint the worst picture that we possibly can.
Let me ask you something, E-Man. Were babies fed to alligators? E-Man, is it factual? Is it factual that black babies were fed to alligators? Is that factual?
Pull him up so he can talk. Go ahead.
E-Man, what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the water. You're trying to muddy factual waters. Okay. Is it factual that black babies were fed to alligators? Answer that question.
I believe so. I believe it was somebody fed to alligators. Yes.
Okay, but out of the same mouth.
But it's proven that more.
And say, I'm saying that black babies was fed to alligators, but I don't know this for a fact. I'm just speculating. When white people listen, the information. Hold on, E-Man. You're interrupting me now.
Because you just interrupted me halfway in sentence. That's what I'm saying. You do things, and then when people do it back to you, then you call it disrespect.
E-Man, listen.
Go ahead,
what
bro.
I'm repeating is what even white scholars have recorded in their literature, bro. I'm not the only person saying this, but maybe if you hear a white man say exactly what Tyrus said, exactly what Black Man Unfiltered said, exactly what Illuminated said, exactly what I said. Maybe if you read it from a white man, it will hold more gumption.
Well, I know
more weight for you.
I know for a fact that your grandparents wasn't feed to alligators because they was feed to alligators as baby. You wouldn't be here.
No, I didn't say.
No,
listen.
See, but that's the
bro,
thing.
You're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not. It's a reason I said that. I think in the black culture we try to connect to other people's pain. And then you still make this assumption. You say all tribes are not the same, all people are not the same, but you try to connect to all the bad things of it. I have just learned in my life when I focus on positive things, guess what happened? I get positive results. I'm not saying that nobody can go into details and find all the next. Black Man Unfiltered said one of the most empowering things tonight that I think went over a lot of people's head. He said, the more I do research, the more hatred comes into me. That is unhealthy. The more you look into something, if it's causing you to become hatred or to be upset, you shouldn't be going down that road. But it's okay. You can.
Okay. What you're assuming is that I leave my house every morning with hatred for white people. Right? That's what you're assuming because I'm talking like this.
I'm not assuming that.
Okay, and we know, and we know we know from your sarcastic remark that my grandmother wasn't fed to alligators. Of course, my grandmother wasn't fed to an alligator because she had my damn mama, and my daddy had my daddy's mama had him, and they had me. So what you said was oxymoronic, bro. You're trying to move the goalpost. That doesn't negate that millions of black babies were fed to alligators, bro. That doesn't negate that. Hold on, bro, because I know you want to talk about what I'm saying is. And another misconception is this. You guys, like you, feel like because black men that talk like me, when we talk the way we do, we don't go on to be successful. We harbor so much. Hold on,
I
listen,
never
bro.
said that. Like,
Listen, bro.
I gotta say this.
I'm gonna let you talk. Now you're interrupting me.
Like I've been sticking on the topic. Listen, because this is crazy. I've been sticking on the topic, and you've been trying to interpret this whole. I haven't tried to interpret nothing you said. But this whole time, you've been trying to interpret it. And I understand that I'm over here on the Black Man Unfiltered. People who is agreeing with me in the chat, those don't go up on the stream. They're trying to paint the narrative that Freezy is right. I get where I'm at.
Bro, you're acting like a victim now. What are you talking about? Just talk.
I get where I'm at. Listen,
Stop
I get
acting
where
like
I'm
a
at.
victim, bro.
But no, it's not about being a victim. Like, you're the one playing victim. You're the
How?
one.
How? I got a lot of money. Hold on, bro. I got a lot of money, bro.
I got it too.
Okay, so I'm not no damn victim.
But when you talk about slavery, you come from a victim mindset.
No, I don't, because I got a lot of money.
It's
What
not,
the hell did you talk, bro? No, listen, hold on,
has
listen.
nothing
This
to
is
do
what I
with
was.
money.
Listen, everybody in the chat, listen. This is the bullshit I be talking about. They try to paint this picture because, like I was saying before, you try to paint this picture because we embrace our history, the good and the bad, that holds us back from being successful. I'm a victim. I can't do better in life. Bruh, I'm very successful. And I would be very surprised if you even worth more than me net-wise. Trust me, bro. I just don't talk. Bro, listen, I just don't talk about my shit on these panels because that's not important. Listen what I'm telling you, bro. I know you want, listen, bro. What you're doing is you're trying to gaslight. You're trying to use reverse psychology.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro. You ain't saying nothing.
I'm gonna say this with my final
you're
words.
interrupting me.
I'm gonna say 30 seconds, Freezy, and then you can say every. Hold on, I'm gonna let you talk for the rest of the night. Freezy.
No, you don't have to do that because I'm almost done.
All I'm saying
is
almost
done, bro. Listen, chill.
You're the only one trying to interpret what I'm saying,
bro. I'm almost
done. You called me all out my name because you had to attack me because you couldn't attack.
Call you out your name.
A coon calling the dude a coon is not out their name. Are you serious?
Listen, coon is in the dictionary.
Go ahead. That's calling.
Coon is in the dictionary,
bitch
bro.
is in the dictionary too.
All that shit.
So that's calling somebody. Okay, Freezy, you not.
I feel like E-Man you fit the description of a coon. Now you might not like it. You might not like that. And if you're not, why are you getting so upset? So the thing about it, bro.
Upset. You the one that been upset this whole time.
This is the thing about it. This is the thing about it.
Go ahead, you got the flow.
First of all, obviously you don't feel like coons exist. And then another thing is this. Bro, I got love for you. I'm just telling you that, bro, stop trying to shame other so-called black men when they talk about their history and they embrace their history. Stop, you guys and guys like you, stop trying to make it seem like we use our history as a crutch.
The only shame came from you tonight.
Just chill, bro. Do you know? Chill.
If you go back and watch this, I hope you go back and watch this. Because the only person trying to bring shame.
Listen, the only person that's been interrupting has been E-Man. I want the chat to understand this. The only person that's been interrupting somebody is you. That's it, bro.
Chat, if Freezy haven't interrupted me, please put a one in the chat. Please tell him he's not telling the truth. He's been interrupting me since I came on this panel. But go ahead, bro. Talk, man. You got a lot to say.
All I'm telling you, E-Man, is this, man. I'm telling you this right now. Knowledge of self is power. And part of knowing knowledge of self, right, is knowing your history. Part of knowledge of self is knowing your ancestry. What happened to them? How did you make it here? Right? If you could go back in time and talk to a lot of your ancestors where defamed stuff happened to, you don't think they would be ashamed that you're willing to forego those tragedies? You don't think they would be ashamed and be like, dang, why would you ignore what happened to me? I'm some kin to you, man. Why would you do that? Listen, it's okay for you to go on in life and be successful, but just don't ignore your people, bruh. Every year, the small hats, and y'all know who I'm talking about, because I don't want Black Man Unfiltered's channel to get shut down. But every year, the small hats meet in memory of what happened to them. Every year they have a big meeting. Every year nobody tells them, why y'all keep wanting to talk about this, talk about what happened to your ancestors. Bro, they use that, they harness that as power. That's why they're they're part of the richest class in the world. They never forgot. But the reason why what I'm trying to tell you, bro, is something about guys like you. You are ashamed. You are ashamed of what happened. I don't know why. But I love coming on these panels. You know why, bro? Because I'm successful too. You can't shame me. You can't say I play a victim when I wake up every morning and go out here in the world, bro. I handle my business. And guess what? I got white colleagues too. And they don't even talk like you. Guess what? I've had conversations with white people and they don't even talk like you. They acknowledge that shit too. And if a white person can, why can't you?
Can Marcus, can you please put Marcus' comment up for the people in the chat? I purposely did this. When I first came up, I gave Freezy the flow because I wanted to do it out of respect. Immediately when I started talking, because what I was saying was offensive to him, he started cutting me off. He initiated it. And then once I start showing him the exact same energy that he was showing me, he started assuming all these things. He's not even attacking what I'm saying. Guys like you, I know guys like you. Freezy don't know me. He have been attacking me since I came on this panel because I said something that was true, first of all, that he did not like. But I'm going to turn it over to Freezy for the rest of the night. I'll be here to listen because I know you want to talk to me, and I'm going to let everything go.
When you first,
those are my final words for today.
All respect due to Marcus. When you first cammed up, I remember exactly what I said. I said, no, E-Man, I don't want to talk. I just responded to you. I want you to talk. I didn't cut you off. You
want me to talk, though.
No, bro, listen. I didn't cut you off when you went on your soliloquy. I did not cut you off. And guess what? Yes, I feel like you're a coon. But I'm going to leave it to... Listen, I guarantee you I'm not the only one that feel like that. And I would say, if you think E-Man a coon in the chat, put a 1 in the chat.
You know why I lost respect for you?
I don't care what kind of respect for me.
I know, but I want to tell you why. The reason I lost respect for you,
I'll patronize you, man.
Because I literally saw you on another panel.
Oh my God!
And you went on this whole dialogue about.
Bro, are we talking about Black history or are we talking about another panel or whatnot?
See, but anytime I say something that he don't agree with, he have to jump in. He can't help it. I gave him these long diatribes. Go ahead, man. Go on and talk.
Because you going to another panel. What I did on another panel, E-Man? What did I do on another panel? You talking about what I did on another panel? When the last time you been on a panel with me? When the last time I've been on a panel where you seen me at? The last time I had, since you want to get personal, right? The last time I had a back and forth was with JB, which I haven't even repeated his name since then. I'm not your average dude. I don't go on these fuck you tours. Once I say what I got to say to you, that's it. But guess what? Yeah, I had something to say about him. You know why? Because he disrespected me.
You
That's
have
why.
disrespected me.
That's
but
why.
I don't have to be a nigga to say it, but you have disrespected me. And can you own that you've been disrespectful tonight?
Well, I would be lying if I said I didn't think you was a coon.
But do you feel that you have been
real, bro?
The question that I asked, do you feel that
If
you
you
have been
felt disrespected, I apologize.
But do you? I want to know from your point of view, because I'm good regardless. Do you feel like you've been disrespectful to me? I really hope you just replay this. I really do. I hope you replay this.
Listen.
And that's all I gotta say.
No, go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk, bro. If you feel, listen, I'm gonna say it again. If you feel like I disrespected you, I apologize. I do think you a coon. But what's wrong with me saying that? What's wrong with me being real about it? Let me ask you a question. Do you think there are coons in America? Black people that are coons. Do you think that those type of people even exist?
I think it's all kind of people in America.
See, you're moving the goalposts again, bro. I'm asking you, do you think coons exist?
I said yes. I believe that all kind of people.
Okay, so I'm telling you, I think you're one of them. That's my opinion, bro. That's it. That don't mean I ain't got no love for you. That don't mean I wouldn't help. Like if you needed my help, I wouldn't help you. That don't mean that, bro. You're conflating the two. Okay. I'm telling you to embrace your history, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
But you don't know what I have embraced. See, what I like about this whole situation? I said something that you did not agree with. Instead of attacking what I said, you had to attack me. It showed me that what I said offended you. And if we go into the details, even you know the details that it was, I don't know what you call a lot. A lot is more than what, 10, 20, 1,000? I don't know what you call a lot. But what I said was true, but it went against your point. And so then you had to attack me. In discussions, to attack what I'm saying. You don't have to attack the person just because this is how you feel and you feel you can say whatever you want. That is the disrespect that I'm telling you that you did. And if you don't see it that way, I'm not offended, because getting offended is a choice. So you got the right to keep going. And if you look at the chat again, I know we ain't gonna put this up. Freezy, you was disrespectful. Everybody in the chat said you was disrespectful.
Everybody in the chat ain't say I was disrespectful. A couple people said I was disrespectful. Guess what? That's their opinion. But what I'm telling you is I did attack what you said. You brought up a lot. You said a lot of black people own slaves, and that's not true. I attacked that.
So 3,000 is not a lot based on your words?
No, 3,000 people compared to millions of people is not a lot, bro. No, and it's not.
So what number?
Wait. In compare, but I did say this. I will respect you if you feel like that's a lot. Who am I to say that's a lot or not a lot to you? Right? Who am I to say that? I said that in the beginning of this conversation. Right? I did say that, bro. And I've been attacking your points the whole time. That's why I said all black people aren't the same. All so-called black people aren't the same. This is why Tyrus gave you a history lesson. This is why I went to us being divided into tribes before we even got to America.
But what I respect about what Tyrus did, he said, I'm going to attack his position. I'm not going to attack him as a man. I don't feel like he ever attacked me as a man. He said, I am going to go based off what he's saying, and then I'm going to be able to give details based off that. That's how these conversations are supposed to have as adults. Now, you got the right to say what you want to say, brother.
Okay. So what you felt like
hold on just a second, guys. So we can take this backstage so we can end it, because I want people to
that
get
man
some
ain't
sleep.
coming backstage. That man just want to come out. He just wanted to talk on this panel for everybody to see. But but black man, I just want to say this.
Okay, go
ahead. I mean what I said when I said if you felt disrespected when I called you a coon, hey, I apologize. But you have to get to know me as a person, bro. I don't sugarcoat shit. I don't. if you talk like a coon, walk like one, I'm gonna call you one. Now maybe that's to a fault of mine. Maybe some things don't need to go unsaid, right? But all I'm saying is this, man. You are infamous. You have an infamous track record of
not agreeing.
Not agreeing, and also putting a monkey wrench in conversations like these when we highlight Black history. You always want to bring up, when we talk about what white people have done, you always say, well, what about Black people too? Bro, all I'm telling you is that is characteristics of a coon. That's it, bro. That's all I said. That's all I said, bro. But you feel like that's disrespectful. I apologize, bro. I'm not trying to disrespect you.
What you don't understand about me, Freezy, I do that in every subject. Every subject. If anybody on this panel will tell you the truth, every subject I'm looking at the pros and cons because I want to be able to see something from a neutral point of view. I don't want to be biased. And so when you say these things, it's almost like you said, oh, when we talk about slavery, this is the only time that he only want to show it. This is who I am.
So when we talk about feminism, you're fair and balanced. You have been fair and balanced on panels when guys talk about feminists and feminism. You have you talked up? Have you actually talked in favor for feminists?
What do you mean talk in favor of? Help me understand.
Have you tried to equal the playing ground when we've had discussions about feminism and what it's done to what it's done to especially Black households and marriages in general across the board? When we talk about the effects of feminism, because I know you, E-Man, I've just like you've heard me talk, I've heard you talk on plenty of panels. You are very patriotic when it comes to how you run your household. I've never heard you equal the playing ground or be fair and balanced when it comes to feminism. Never, bro. The only time I've heard you do this was when we talk about race issues. That's it.
Black man unfiltered. I mostly disagree with everything on panels, correct? Yes or no?
Yep.
It don't have nothing to do with race.
We coming to get your ass too.
But
so
please, we don't have to keep going back and forth. I get your point.
Hey guys, I'm about to overshare again. I'm late for taking my sleep meds. Can we hurry this up?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, so guys, thank you for being here, man.
Really, Tarus?
Yeah, it man, dude, crazy. Hey, E-Man, thank you for being here. Illuminate Revelation,
man.
Guys, we gonna hit that like button, the subscribe button, guys. Friday, we'll be back for Barbershop Talk on Friday. Tomorrow, you'll have Mandrell and Shushu with Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu, and the sports show will be at 7. Mandrell and Shushu will be at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And on Thursday, it's the Dustosphere. We got a surprise for y'all on Dustosphere on Thursday, so make sure y'all tune into that. It's gonna be amazing. So thank you guys for being here, man. We're gonna go ahead and shut this thing down. We'll go backstage because I know I got some shit to say to some of my brothers backstage. So thank you guys again for being here and all the super chats, man. Super chats and cash apps and all that good stuff, man. Y'all have been amazing tonight. I appreciate y'all. Peace.